All right. Are we ready? Good morning, everybody. So, if you're out there getting more coffee and donuts, make your way into the room so we can start. You can't hear me? They can't hear me. I have to. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 7th Annual Water Summit in 2025. So, we've been at this for 7 years or so, and we're really excited to have you. We have a huge turnout today, and glad that you're here to learn about water. It's really important, and that's the reason why we started the summit in the first place, was that we felt like our residents really needed to understand water better and what's happening with water. So we have some pretty significant updates for you today. But to welcome you properly, because this isn't a proper welcome, our Senator Mark Catlin is here to share a welcome for you, and I'd like you to give him a big round of applause and welcome on up to the stage.
Oh, well, is it working now? Right here? Oh, yeah. Hey, I might end up being a rapper. You never know it. Good morning, everybody. And, it does my old heart good to look out in a room full of people when we're going to hear talk about water, because at one time in my career, we would have hosted a meeting like this, and there would have been 5 irrigators and 3 hired men. And that we would have thought was a good turnout. But today, I think one of the things that you ought to do is take a look around yourselves, look at the people who are here, look at the backgrounds they have, the industries that they support, and the industries that make their living. We are now coming together in rooms full of people and looking at one another and saying, you're right, it is important. My business thrives on water. Your farm thrives on water. We need each other. But first off, we need the water. So thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your lives, out of your businesses, out of the things that you would have normally been doing today to come to town and talk to each other and about water here on the Western Slope. It's in the press an awful lot. But sometimes what's in the press doesn't say what's actually happening. Because what's happening is that we have people at the table that represent you and I saying to other states, no, we can't do that. No, we won't do that. And no, you need to start over and tell us what you think will work for us all. That's where we've got to be. I was raised by a man that his negotiation strategy was, hell no. And then he would start negotiating from there. And, it used to kind of embarrass me when I was a kid. Like, wow, man, how come we're not trying? I said, well, why would we start to give something away when we didn't come here to give anything away? And we all feel like that right now. We can see what's happening down below on the big river issues. We know that what they'd like us to do is to quit farming so they can raise more sidewalks. When I went down there to see a good friend of mine, we pulled into his house and they were sprinkling everything. It was like an oasis. And they were watering the sidewalk. And I said, hey, man, are you looking for bigger sidewalks? He said, I don't know. What are you talking about? I said, well, up here where I'm raised, if you water it, it will grow. So I guess you guys are wanting to raise bigger sidewalks, right? And, oh, man, it made all of his neighbors mad, everything. But it's true. We take care of water up here in a way that no one else does. We measure it in and we measure it out. We know how much we used. We know how much evaporated. We know where it went, who had it, and why. But the people down below us want it to run to them regardless. So what if you don't have enough for you? We need more of what you have. I got offended once when I went to a meeting and the guys from Southern California said, well, really, you guys should probably kind of taper down and not farm quite as much as you farm. And if you call that farming, and that was the first thing that kind of tweaked me. And then they said, you know, our agriculture is more important than yours. And by then, the fight was on. Because I asked him, how many school districts do you keep open? How many hospitals do you finance? How many schools do you keep open? Come on, man. And it's, well, of course we. I said, no, you guys are part of the 5th largest economy in the world. So you're a part of it. In the communities that I live in and that I now represent, agriculture and water is the community. There's a difference in how they look at you and I. We are not a living reservoir up here that all you have to do is say, hey, we need more water, so we shut the head gate just a little. Have you heard that in most of these negotiations? Well, we just need a little. Yeah, a little today, a little tomorrow, and pretty soon I'm done. But anyway, I'm getting off on a rant. You know, people worry about that with me. But I do feel that way, and I know that you feel that way. None of us wants a dying environment. None of us want dry rivers. None of us want communities going dry because of somebody overusing. And that's one reason we're here, is to figure out how we use what's coming to us in a way that we can manage, and a way that will leave the environment whole and will leave the communities vibrant. We are not subsistence farmers here. We are the kind of farms and ranches that will grow and be vital. The difference between vitality and subsistence is a whole lot of happiness. So what I'm here for is vitality. Our ag, our ranches, our farms, our communities need to be vital, need to be growing, thriving. That's where we're headed. That's what we need to be able to do. So today, take a look at what we can do to make our communities better with the resources we have at hand. We get cuts from Mother Nature every year. Everybody here that runs a shovel got a cut this summer. People downstream just call for more water, open the dam. That's a whole different way of living. Anyway, I want you to know I'm proud of you for being here. It says that you're interested. It says that you're ready. You want to discuss it. The growth in water interest is exponential now because it's in the press an awful lot. But you and I think about it more than anybody that just reads an article. Thank you so much for being here. I'm proud of you. Keep it up. We're going to make it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And as Mark served as the general manager for Uncompahgre Valley Water Users for decades, and so knows a lot about water. Also serves as the chair of the Colorado Water District Board. So, he's an expert. He's our local resident expert, and we appreciate you being here. I'm Sue Hansen, Montrose County Commissioner, in case you didn't know who I was. We did something a little different this year because we wanted to partner with the Western Colorado Farm and Ranch Innovation Expo, which will be in the arena. They start at 1 o'clock. So we wanted to front load our water summit so that you could see innovation in irrigation, in equipment. And so after we hear from the FFA kids over lunch, you can walk into the arena and take a look at what's going on, what's new, what's happening, how can we do a better job, water efficiency. So I wanted to encourage you to do that. We think it was a great idea because we could sort of parlay who comes to the Water Summit and then introduce you to sort of what's going on in the world of ag. So please take advantage of that. I hope you do. And a couple other things. Just to let you know, if you're interested in geothermal energy, there's going to be a listening session on November 19th. There's some of these flyers out in the front. And Wendy is somewhere here in this room. Oh, she's waving over there. So if you have any questions about geothermal, if you're an energy nerd, please access Wendy. She is very well versed in that topic. Also wanted to just make a note that we have some dignitaries in the room. Not that you all aren't so important. You're all very important. But Larry Don, House Rep Larry Don Sukla is right over here. Give a wave. And it's especially important at the county level for counties to understand what's going on with water and some of our risks and some of the problems that we and challenges that we face. There's a whole middle table of county commissioners over here. I'll start with Mike Sampson from Garfield County. Okay. That we have our Commissioner-elect for Montrose County, Kirsten Copeland. We have Wendell Kuntz from Delta County. And we have former county commissioner for Moffat County, Ray Beck, over there. We have Veronica Medina from Archuleta County. And we have Michelle Nauer from Ouray County. Did I miss anybody? Great. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speakers, and I'm going to do them dual because they're going to partner here. First, Raquel Flinker is a powerhouse, and you're going to be knocked out, maybe not happily with her her slides here, but let me just do a little intro. Raquel is the Director of Interstate and Regional Water Resources for the Colorado River District, where she leads the efforts on basin-wide water supply challenges and interstate collaboration. Before that, she provided technical support to the West Slope water users with a focus on the Gunnison River Basin. Raquel holds a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from Pontifical Catholic University, did I say that right? Okay, of Rio de Janeiro, and a master's degree in geosciences with a focus in hydrology from the University of Texas at Austin. Her career spans work with City of Aspen's engineering and utility departments, as well as experience in engineering consulting, energy sector management consulting. And she knows her stuff. You are in for a treat to hear from Raquel. And I'm going to double down and also say our well-known general manager for the Colorado River District, intimately involved in the negotiations and understanding what's going on there. I know he did an update with their water users yesterday, correct? Andy's the general manager of the Colorado River District. Prior to that, he's been in private practice for 20 years. I think I saw his name actually on a gravel pit application when I was in my spare time looking at old gravel pit applications. Those are fun. But Andy is always our go-to guy for finding out what is happening currently with the River District, with the water supply, how we use it, what's going on with the upper and lower basins. So I'm looking forward to that. And with that, I'm going to, his bio is on the program, so if you'd like to catch up with him. Really lucky to have Andy at the helm at the Colorado River District. I mean, I feel like we are in good hands because he's always looking out for the West Slope and our concerns and respectful of the producers. And by the way, the other important people that I didn't mention, but you're all important, remember? How many people are producers here? Raise your hand. Ranchers, producers, yeah. Give them a round of applause. Because nobody knows heartache like producers and livestock growers, water, wolves, weather, wacky legislation. I mean, it's you have to be ninja warriors to want to be in agriculture. It is difficult. So with that, I will, it's not, you didn't come here to listen to me. Raquel, please join us. Do you want to hold this?
Good morning, everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here. It's my 4th water summit, and it's really great that I get to present today. And Sue, thank you so much for the kind words. Before I dive into my presentation on hydrology and what the water year of 2025 looked like, I do want to introduce you to what the Colorado River, it's so dark, what the Colorado River District is and what we do. You will not, don't fall asleep. Maybe a little bit of light, no? I can't see people's face. No, okay, I'll continue. I don't know if this is working though. How to, I don't, do, can help. The arrow?
Yeah, the computer's here, so if you click the arrow, it should. It's not working. Is it on?
It's not on. There. Yeah, this is better. Thank you so much. All right. So first, I do want to give you an overview of what the Colorado River District is and what we do. We have a two-part mission. The first piece of our mission is to lead in the protection, conservation, use, and development of water resources of the Colorado River Basin for the welfare of the district. So it's focused in intrastate. So in our districts, I'll show you in the next slide, we cover 15 counties on the western slope. And the second piece of our mission is focused on the larger Colorado River Basin. It's to safeguard for Colorado all waters of the Colorado River to which the state is entitled. And that's where my new role is mostly focused on interstate issues. And here's a map of our district. We cover 15 diverse counties on Colorado's western slope. We are a local government organization funded through property taxes throughout our district, and our staff is guided by our board of directors. We have 15 directors on our board, appointed by county commissioners, board of county commissioners of each of the 15 counties that we represent. So before I dive into what Water Year 2025 looked like, I do want to introduce you all to our newest engineer at the River District, Caleb Foy. If Caleb, you could wave. So yes, we are very excited to have Caleb join our team. He comes to us with many years of experience with the Division of Water Resources, and he will be the technical point person here in the Gunnison. So please introduce yourself to him. I'm sure he'll be delighted to talk to you, and he really is amazing, and we're very excited to have him. And with that, I will now dive into my presentation. So this will be a dive into Water Year 2025. The slide that you're looking at is precipitation accumulation throughout 2025. What you see is October and November, and this is for the whole upper basin. The blue shades of color are wetter than average. Red, pink, orange are drier than average. And the red boxes are the areas that are within the state of Colorado. And you can see that October and November of last year, it wasn't terrible. We had a lot of blue areas, wetter than average. We had some red areas. But as the water year progressed, things started to dry out and they never improved. So this is what it looks like. Yes, we had a very dry and warm spring and summer. In the fall, especially in September, we did get some rains, but it just didn't change because there were so many months of so dry and warm weather. And I really like this graphic. It's produced by the Colorado Climate Center. It plots every year on record in terms of temperature and precipitation. So on the x-axis, you have precipitation. The furthest right you go, the more precipitation, so wetter conditions. On the y-axis, you have temperature, and so the further up you go on the graph, the warmer it gets. And this quadrant here, the top left quadrant, is warm and dry conditions. 2025 fell right in that quadrant. It was the 7th warmest, 9th driest year on record. And for comparison, it looked like 2012, if you remember that. It also looked similar to 2021. And for reference, the driest year we've had was 2002. It was that was the driest year on record. The hottest year on record was 2018. And you can see both of those here. And also produced by the Colorado Climate Center, this is a graphic focused on precipitation, ranking precipitation. Record driest are dark brown color, and then wet are green. You can't see much green on this map. This eliminates the two first months of the water year where we had more of average conditions. So this is just showing December through July for Western Colorado. For the whole state of Colorado. But you can see a clear divide between Western Colorado and the Front Range. Conditions in Western Colorado, in places where you see these dark brown, are the record driest precipitation we've had on record. And if you collectively look at Colorado, even though you see the Front Range pretty average, it was still the 11th driest record for December through July months. So pretty stark conditions if you look at the whole water year. And I do want to focus more regionally to the Western Slope, especially to our district, and look at what the snowpack looked like at peak snow. And so this graphic from the NRCS shows snow water equivalent compared to average. So the numbers you see are 2025 snow water equivalent, and compared to 91 through 2020 averages. This is for April 2nd, which is when snow generally peaked in the state of Colorado. That peak happened 10 days earlier than we've seen in the past. And if you look within our district, which is the Yampa, White, Colorado Headwaters, and more specifically, I think to your interest, the Gunnison, the peak of snow was below average, but it wasn't terribly below. Yeah, in the Gunnison, we were seeing 79% of average, but the further north you went in our district, things got a little bit better. And how that, because, you know, the snow, why we are so interested in snow is because that is an indicator to what the flows in our streams are going to be during the spring and summer of the following year. And to compare, this is the water supply forecast also put out by the NRCS. And it's somewhat similar to the previous graphic. The numbers you're looking at are what 2025 water supply was predicted to be compared to the 91 to 2020 averages. And this is April through July volume of water that is forecasted. When you look at our district, so these three basins, the numbers looked somewhat similar to the peak SWE numbers, right? They were in the Gunnison forecasting 79% of average runoff for the season. But when we fast forward to June and look at what the forecast looked like for June, also, this is a forecast done in June for April through July runoff volume. The numbers dropped really significantly. So the White Yampa in April, the forecast was looking at 91% of average. That dropped to 48. Colorado Headwaters dropped from 93 to 72. The Gunnison dropped from 79 to 52. And if you're a water operator and a water user that you have to make decisions earlier on and you rely on these forecasts, 2025 was a really difficult and challenging year. And the spring was so much drier and warmer than average that the forecasts, it was hard for the forecasters to predict it because no one has, no one can tell what the future is going to be. So in April, you are predicting based on some average conditions, and we did not have anything that looked like average. And from the River District's perspective, we operate 2 reservoirs. It was really challenging. We thought there was going to be more water to come down, and that didn't show up. And we were tight on our operations. And I want to step back a little bit and look at the basin at large and look at what forecasts looked like for water year 2025 for Lake Powell. And this is a map of the larger, the Colorado River Basin. You see the upper basin in purple, lower basin in brown. Lake Powell sits right here. It's the largest reservoir in the upper basin. You can see the river district in light blue here. And we'll be talking a bit about Lake Mead. So no, Lake Mead is the largest reservoir in the lower basin, and here's where it sits. So this is the forecast put out by the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center. And also April through July forecast, I'm showing 50th percent, the middle of what the forecast produced. It produces a range. This is the middle. In January, the forecast, I should emphasize, y-axis is 1,000 of acre feet. So in January, the forecast was saying inflows into Powell will be a bit over 5 million acre feet. In April, that dropped to a little bit over 4 million acre feet. And in June, it dropped to 2.9. And what we actually saw was 2.6 million acre feet, April through July, inflows into Powell. Almost half of what was forecasted in January. And when we look at how forecasts do throughout the years, this is a map of what January forecasts are compared to observed for the last 10 years. And every year is very different, right? The Colorado River fluctuates a lot year after year. This is what 2025 looked like, right? So the forecast in January was almost double of what we actually saw. But we've seen similar years. 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022 looked somewhat similar, where in January the forecast was looking at a much higher number than what actually occurred. But we've seen opposite years as well. And 2019 and 2023 are examples of that. 2019, the most significant example, where January's forecast was close to half of what was actually observed for inflows into Powell. And forecasts are a tool that exists to help water managers manage their system. As I mentioned, I'm showing you the 50th percentile exceedance. These forecasts are done from 10 to 90% exceedances. They produce a range to show all of the potential options, but it's becoming harder to do these forecasts, and I want to talk a little bit about that, and show you and talk a bit about the puzzle that is the process of converting snow to flow in a river, right? You do have snow that falls on your landscape, but you have temperature. And temperature dictates if precipitation is going to fall as snow or if it's going to fall as rain. It also dictates when the snow is going to melt and how it's going to melt. We have sublimation, which is snow being lost directly to the atmosphere, so the snow becoming water vapor. We have soil moisture, and soil moisture sucks part of the snow into the soils. Groundwater feeds directly into the river flows. You have dust on snow events that dictates how snow melt is going to occur, and it changes and modifies how fast snow melts. You have rain on snow events, also changes how snow melts. And then you have spring and summer precipitation, which really is probably the hardest thing to forecast and model, because it is, no one has magic, crystal ball. No one has a crystal ball. Thank you. And so this puzzle is really hard. And it's changing because temperatures are going up. We're seeing precipitation, there is no real model that says precipitation is going down or going up. But what is happening is that less precipitation is falling as snow. And because of that, snow is becoming less of a predictor of river flows. And the forecasts do that, right? They turn the snow into a flow prediction. And it's just becoming challenging. And but on a good note, I I do want to talk a little bit about airborne snow observatories. These are flights that happen in some of the basins throughout the state of Colorado and throughout the West. These planes are flown over a basin, and it measures the snow throughout the basin for a specific day or a specific time when the flight is flown. And this is for the Taylor River Basin, showing snow water equivalent throughout the whole basin. And this is really different from snow-tell sites, right? Snow-tell sites, which is how we look at snow and how snow is measured, it's a measurement in a specific place or point. And it's done throughout the season, but it's just a point. The flights happen one day, but it's done across the watershed, and it gives us a more accurate picture of how the snow is looking for that watershed on that day. This 2025 was the first year that the Colorado River Basin Forecast Center incorporated ASO flights into their official forecast. It had never been done before. It had done only on an experimental basis. And the reason why it was done this year was because in the Upper Gunnison, these flights have been flown since 2018. The Colorado River Basin Forecast Center has seen that it has been a better measurement of snow than what they had been using through the snow-tell sites that they had available, which aren't many. And that made their forecast better. And it dropped the forecast significantly. Did it make it perfect? No, because there's no perfect forecast. But I think this is a tool. It's not a cheap tool, but it's a tool that exists that can be used and hopefully be used to improve, because all of these things that I show here, some of them we cannot measure. It's impossible to know, or it's impossible to predict how many dust on snow events we're going to have. But we can better measure snow. We can better measure soil moisture. There are some variables that we can try to better understand. And on that good note of the ASO, I do want to shift into not many good notes, but looking at the the whole basin and what storage looks like for Lake Mead and Lake Powell's combined. So this graph is stacked Lake Mead storage and Lake Powell on top of each other. The total storage capacity is around 50 million acre feet, and you can see how these vary over time, right? Yes, there was a time where we were over the capacity, and there were times that we were very close. So in 2000, we were basically full, and since then, we have just dropped. And there have been different actions from the basin at large to try to manage these reservoirs and operate them in a way that is more in line with these changing conditions, but they haven't been effective. And we just keep dropping. And 2022 was this extreme condition, extreme crisis condition where the Bureau was calling for the basin action to reduce water usage. And 2023 was a reprieve. 2023 was a pretty good water year. And now we're back to exactly the same place we were in 2022. And this is what it looks like. This is from October 1st. But you can see Powell is 29% full at 6.7 million acre feet. Mead is at 8. Lake Mead and Lake Powell are currently operated in tandem, so the storage percentage in one basically reflects the storage in the other. And you can see the other larger reservoirs in the basin and Blue Mesa here at 50%. But they're much smaller buckets compared to Powell and Mead. And why this low storage in Powell is a problem is because of this. So Glen Canyon Dam forms Lake Powell. And there are certain critical elevations that are being talked about because of the infrastructure in Powell. As you can see on this diagram, there are two ways to get water out of Lake Powell: through this dark blue tunnel and through light blue tunnel. The dark blue tunnel is at elevation 3490. That's how you generate power. If you fall below 3490, water can no longer leave this reservoir through the dark blue tunnel, and you can no longer generate power. And you can only release water out of this lake through the light blue tunnel. The light blue tunnel is problematic. It wasn't designed to operate continuously to get water out of this lake. There has been, recently they did tests. There were cavitation issues. They've done some fixing, minimal fixing, but it cannot, the Bureau knows that it cannot operate long-term using this light blue tunnel. Because of that, the elevation that has been tried to be protected through the drought response operations agreement, which was a piece of the drought contingency plan created by the Upper Basin in 2019, protects, so we already talked about 3490. So it protects elevation 3525, which is a 35-foot buffer to the 3490 elevation of the minimum power pool. The other elevation that is a newer elevation is 3500, and that's a 10-foot buffer on 3490. That is the elevation that's talked about in the supplemental environmental impact statement for how to operate Lakes Powell and Lakes Mead in the short term, right? There are negotiations happening on how to operate these reservoirs after 2026. Because of the terrible conditions in 2022, there was a process to figure out how do we operate it in the next few years until 2026, so from 2023 to 2026. And in that document, they talk about protecting elevation 3500, and it specifies that the Bureau can reduce releases out of Powell, and I'll talk a little bit about this here. And this is my last slide, and then I'll turn it over to Andy. This is the 24-month study graph that's put out by the Bureau of Reclamation. The black line here is conditions when they ran the analysis, the current conditions. So this is the 24-month study that was put out middle of October. So the conditions that they had as a starting point was September of this year. And what conditions looked like in September was, you had 6.75 million acre feet of storage. But for 2025, I do want to reemphasize these numbers. What the inflow to Powell that we had in 2025 was 4.7 million acre feet, less than half of what average is, and the set release, 7.5 million acre feet. So you're draining, further drained Powell in 2025. We don't know what inflows into Powell are gonna be in 2026. The set release is also 7.48, but this supplemental environmental impact statement that I was mentioning that ties this 3,500 elevation says, if to protect elevation 3,500, we could reduce releases out of Powell up to 6 million acre feet. So this number could drop in 2026 to protect elevation 3,500. Okay, so this graphic is showing for the next 2 years what elevations of Powell could look like. And so this is the elevation in feet, and here's storage. And they look at different scenarios. And here you see a higher blue curve that is probable highest, conditions. We really, in the recent past, have not seen these conditions. Then we have a most probable line, and most probable also doesn't seem to be happening very often. And then you have minimum probable conditions. And unfortunately, things are changing, and we are seeing a lot of years that are tracking with minimum probable inflows into Powell. And under these scenarios for the next 2 years, things look really problematic. All of the elevations that I had mentioned before are potentially triggered in the next 2 years and in the next 12 months, really, right? So elevation 3525, the 35 feet buffer to the power pool is triggered this winter, right, potentially. Then elevation 3500 triggered August of 2026. Power pool triggered a little bit after that, and we potentially don't leave this lower than this the power pool. And this is problematic. And yes, we don't know if we're going to be in the red line or not, but this can add stress and pressure into the 7 states negotiations. But I think we do need to realize that this is what the system looks like. And if we don't change the way we manage these reservoirs, things aren't going to look different. And with that, I do want to call Andy to the stage, and he can give you some brighter news on maybe not.
Well, thank you, Raquel. That was really depressing. I want to start really by thanking everyone in this room. You know, our district, Raquel touched on our district, but first of all, the Colorado River District wouldn't exist but for the people of Montrose County. You all helped organize the River District back, or your predecessors, back in 1937, because together with the other West Slope counties, you recognized the need to have a voice and an advocate for the West Slope. Why do we need one on water issues? Well, 65% of the water in the Colorado River that Raquel just talked about comes from this district, comes from the 15 counties that we represent. You'll also notice that our map makers either don't know how to display the full Montrose County. Many of you were probably looking at that map that Raquel showed and thought, boy, they don't even know what we look like. We only represent half of your county. The other half of your county is in the Dolores or the San Miguel River Basin, and that's represented by the Southwestern Water Conservation District, our sister district on the West Slope. So we didn't mean to cut your county in half, but we do focus primarily on the Uncompahgre Valley and the watershed here. I would also just want to say that we owe a huge debt of gratitude to you because we get paid by you. We work for you. We exist because of your taxpayer dollars. And we are very cognizant of that fact. We are here because of you, on behalf of you, to make sure we advocate for you. So if you have concerns or questions about what we're doing and how we're doing our job, call me. Come talk to me. Email me. I am happy to chat with you about it because we can always do better, and we don't reject criticism. We are at your service, and it's really important that you know that. I want to also thank Sue Hansen, who I understand is term limited, and it's unfortunate because I think she has done an incredible job for the county and on water issues, the issues that we touch. She's a fierce advocate, and so my hat's off to Sue. Thank you. I want to, I'm not sure I'm going to be any more optimistic than Raquel was, but we're going to try. All right, so let's talk a little bit, set the stage about what's going on. There's a lot of news yesterday, the day before, today, on the TV, on the radio, in the newspapers about what's going on the Colorado River, right? So first thing, no one is renegotiating the compact. The compact was signed in 1922. It requires all 7 states and the federal government to modify that compact. It would require a vote of all of those legislators and Congress. In case you didn't recognize, they're all dysfunctional. So that's not going to happen. And that's actually okay because the compact has some flaws in it. There's no question about it. But the reality is it divided the river in what was supposed to be something called an equitable apportionment. In other words, a fair split on the river. And it's a really important thing to understand and appreciate. But what is being negotiated is the operations between those two major reservoirs Raquel was talking about, Lake Powell and Lake Mead. There's a set of guidelines required by a law passed in Congress in 1968. The 1968 Act says we need guidelines that operate how those, or that dictate how those reservoirs are going to be operated. We've been operating since 2007 under a set of interim guidelines that expire next year. If those guidelines don't get renegotiated and re-upped, the federal government, the Department of Interior, gets to decide unilaterally what happens. And in fact, really important to understand, they get to decide unilaterally what happens no matter what. It's the Secretary of Interior who dictates how those reservoirs will be operated. They have traditionally, at the federal government level, said in the Colorado River Basin, we really want an agreement between the 7 states, and we prefer to make their agreement the way we run that reservoir. And so they have given a lot of time and a lot of space for 7 states to negotiate how the river operates for the next interim period of time. There was a deadline set by the Secretary of Interior on November 11th, right? Tuesday of this week. And they set that back in June, and they said, you need a framework of an agreement. You don't need the details, but you need a framework by November 11th, because we're in the middle of a process under the National Environmental Policy Act. They call it NEPA. And you have to follow these time frames under NEPA in order to issue before the end of September of next year something called a record of decision. So if that isn't a bunch of bureaucratic nonsense, it's hard to follow, right? But the reality is the actual deadline is the end of September next year. If you back that up through all the legal processes that have to happen, we should be moving right now in November. But it's not a hard deadline. And the problem is that for any of you who've ever negotiated a deadline or a deal with your neighbor or with anybody else, unless you have a hard deadline, it's hard to get a deal done. So the Secretary of Interior's representative said, November 11th, that's a hard deadline. And all of the negotiators I talked to, the head leads for each state, said, it's not really a deadline. You know, we'll do our best. We'll try. And so they did try. They met and they met and they met. But it was really difficult to come to a decision. My understanding is that they are very close to a decision. And we'll talk about some things that have disrupted that ability to get to that decision. The decision is really important. The agreement is important because, frankly, it has the potential to impact everyone in this room, especially those agricultural growers who raised their hand a little bit earlier. I would also say, if you run a Main Street business in Montrose, if you're involved in the automotive industry, tractor supply industry, feed industry, anything related to the agriculture, if your business on Main Street brings in people who work in the agricultural industry, who own land that is in the ag industry, you're going to be impacted potentially by these decisions. And so it's really important to understand for everybody, us included, what's out there and what's happening. There's a little bit of space now for the states to continue to try to reach an agreement. You know, my best guess is it's about a 50-50 chance of them reaching that agreement. So if they don't, the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum from North Dakota, will make a decision as to how we here in Colorado operate water rights, right? So an interesting situation for us all to be in. So a little bit more background, right? 1922, a compact was signed. They overestimated the amount of water in the river. They said, hey, you know what? We're going to divide it. We tried first to divide it between each of the 7 states, and each state was going to get a certain allotment. No one could reach an agreement on that. So they created an artificial divide between these 4 upper basin states and the 3 lower basin states. And they said, you each get 7.5 million acre feet of water. And then they said, well, there's another million acre feet of water we're going to give to the lower basin. So that's 8.5 million acre feet. And if you read the notes and the kind of negotiation diaries and things of negotiators, that million acre feet, the additional million acre feet for the lower basin, was supposed to come out of their tributaries that come into the Colorado River below Lee Ferry, below the Glen Canyon Dam. So they're the Salt, the Verde, the Virgin, the Gila. Those rivers are down in the lower basin, and they get another million acre feet out of there. And it's an important, remember that number, a million acre feet they get on their lower basin tributaries. And then they said, well, there's also, we're going to have a treaty at some point with Mexico because they depend on this river. We don't know what it is in 1922, but we know it's coming. Well, it ended up being another 1.5 million acre feet. So you add that up, in my math, and I'm a lawyer, so I apologize, 17.5 million acre feet, they said, would be in the river every year, right? And they were so optimistic, they said, hey, 20 years from now, we're going to get back together, and we're going to figure out how to divide the surplus. And we're really excited about that, because there's going to be a lot more water, you know. So they were wrong. You know, it's weird that a room full of politicians could be wrong. Sorry about the elected officials. Apologize. Yep. I want to just talk about the flaws in the negotiations that are going on right now, right? What is happening right now? Well, the state of Arizona is taking the lead in the lower basin, demanding that our state engage in mandatory water cuts to help them survive, right? So the way this works, our state, this division engineer, I think Bob Herford's here if I'm not mistaken. Hi, Bob. Not gonna, hopefully this won't get you run out of here, but Bob's office, right? We all know when a call comes on, the senior water right at the M&D Canal comes on the Uncompahgre River. Bob goes up river and shuts off junior rights, or Bob's people do. What Bob doesn't have authority to do right now is shut off your water rights anywhere in this basin to send that water out of state. He has the authority only under one circumstance, and that's if the Upper Colorado River Commission, that's a commission that represents the 4 upper basin states, has a representative from each state and the federal government. If they vote and they say, you're violating your obligations to the lower basin. If they say you're violating, we're going to violate our obligations, then they can say, and here's how much water each state has to contribute or cut back or curtail and provide to the Colorado River. That's an order that Bob's boss and former employee, and I'm trying to figure out how you screwed that up. Your employee became your boss. Jason Ullman, right, is now the state engineer. Jason will have the unenviable job, if we ever violate that compact, of telling the state of taking a number from the UCRC, the Upper Colorado River Commission, and reducing our use of water in our state. That's the only time they get to do that. But the state of Arizona would like us to reduce our water mandatorily and send Bob and his people out in every year and cut people's water rights down and stop us from consuming water and injure our economy, because they say we need to contribute more water to the river so that they can survive, right? So we'll talk about what that means and what that looks like. Well, back in September, literally the day before a critical meeting of the 7 states, Tom Buchowski, the lead negotiator for the state of Arizona, got an op-ed piece in the Denver Post. And I've got a quote in here that says, hey, you know, we have to engage in mandatory reductions, right? That's what he's saying. But what I didn't put up here, because it was so inflammatory, is his rhetoric in there that, in my mind, shows the guy was completely unhinged in early September. He said that Arizona shall not perish from the face of this earth, right? That's how he's feeling. He's feeling like, holy crap, this could happen. That's what I read in there. Well, and I started thinking about it. Why would the lead negotiator for the state of Arizona feel like they were in threat of perishing, and why would he be blaming us for that? Well, does anybody remember what the name of their biggest city is? And I would also point out the fastest growing city in North America. right? Phoenix. Because why is it called Phoenix? Because it rose from the ashes of a civilization that died because it didn't have enough water. Great place to have the fastest growing city in North America, right? During the millennial drought that we've never seen before. I would maybe feel like we were going to perish from the face of the earth too if I lived there. So I guess he's not as unhinged as I thought. But then the final statement in his letter to the editor in the Denver Post said that they are going to unleash the dogs of war. That's a quote from Shakespeare, right? That's how desperate they are. They're talking about getting the Arizona Navy out again, which you laugh. They did this. They did this when they were in a fight with California. They put a Navy on the Colorado River to fight with the state of California. They didn't win that, by the way. But this is how much pressure this guy's under, right? He's got a state who's, and all I can say is it's equivalent to a religion. The idea that growth must occur in Phoenix and Tucson and that area in order to sustain their way of life. They are a growth machine. That's what they are. They have to continue to grow houses. Mark Catlin said sidewalks. I'll mention chip plants. I'll mention data centers. I'll mention all of the things that they're growing down there. And they want you to stop growing food so they can grow their things down there. Right? So that's a pretty crazy statement. Well, our state ignored that. I didn't ignore that. I talked about that a couple times before, but our state's negotiator has never publicly commented on this unhinged letter to the editor because she's bigger than that. She said, I'm going to ignore that. We're going to really try to reach an agreement. It's fine. So on Tuesday, the 7 states were extremely close to an agreement, right? They had been meeting on a weekly and then daily basis, getting close to an agreement as to how to operate these reservoirs. The state of Arizona continued to call for mandatory cuts. Our state pushed back and said, our laws don't allow it. Our Constitution doesn't allow it. We can't do that. Don't ask for something that's not possible. Well, on Tuesday, they didn't reach an agreement. Part of the reason they didn't reach an agreement was a letter from the governor of the state of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, and every political leader in their Senate and their House. They signed it. And in that, and this is amazing to me, right? They are talking about how important Arizona's growth is because they're really important. They're more important than everybody in this room in their estimation. They're growing, in addition to the sidewalks, they're growing data centers and chip plants, and they're the only one who can save America from the Chinese, is what they mean, right? So let's just be honest. This is a flaw of public policy. We shouldn't be building crucial infrastructure in a place that doesn't have a water supply that's dependable. Those chip plants, those data centers, those chip plants and data centers should be being built in the South, in the Midwest. I was just back in Ohio for a family event, and I've got a bunch of cousins who work at factories. They could build chips. They could do it in a place that has too much water, right? Let's let them do it. So this is the kind of thing that Arizona's talking about, right? And what they're calling for, they're saying it's our fault that we didn't reach an agreement, right? I don't think so. I think this religion of growth in Arizona has got to stop. And they got to live within the means of the river. And I want to talk about living within the means of the river up here. This is not news to you, but apparently, no matter how much we talk about it, the folks in Arizona don't get it. So we've got at the top the Yampa River Basin. This year was a dry year, right? Dry and hot. You saw Raquel's numbers. They had a 50% water supply in the Yampa for most of the agricultural growers. By the way, many of the agricultural growers didn't have any water or wouldn't have, but for the Colorado River District releasing water out of a reservoir to keep the call off so that pumps could continue to pump and they could continue to have water for their cattle and their hay. So what happened in the Colorado River? Well, down in Mesa County, the Grand Valley water users were at about a 60% of normal allotment among their growers. What does that mean? Growers here know what that means. It means that they didn't have as much economic productivity. They weren't able to produce what they would normally produce, and their economy was injured. Their community will feel the effects of that for years, right? And down here, you guys ran somewhere between a 60 to 80% percentage of water, right? It also meant that water users above you who have junior rights got cut off and had no water for a long part of the season. This is what we do to adjust to hydrology. We do it every dry year, and in fact, somewhere in our state, we're doing it every year because of the drought. It moves around and hits different places. So it's really important to understand living within the hydrology. What happened in Arizona during the same period of time, right? Well, and by the way, if you look at the last 25 years, we have, in the upper basin, the total 4 states, lost about, or not had, about 1.3 million acre feet a year of water because of drought. That normal full production, we would have needed an additional 1.3 million acre feet of water a year. We didn't have it because we didn't build massive reservoirs above us. We weren't able to do that because the water comes from here and you don't have that volume to store. Down in the lower basin, at the turn of the millennium, those 2 reservoirs, 50 million acre feet, were full or almost full. And so what happened over the last 25 years during drought? Did Arizona crank its water use down? Not at all. In fact, Arizona knew from the 1968 law that I'm talking about, how they operate the reservoirs and coordinated, that same act authorized the building of the Central Arizona Project. That act, that's the pumping system and canal that runs over 300 miles to Phoenix out of the Colorado River and provides Colorado River water to Phoenix and Tucson. They built that because 1968 Act said they could do that, and gave them $480 million in 1968 to do that from the federal government. In exchange for that, they agreed to have the junior right on the Colorado River, meaning that in times of drought, they were supposed to cut it off, right? So the last 25 years, did they cut it off? No. What they did is they upped their diversions by 300 to 500,000 acre feet a year, and they brought that through the Central Arizona Project and put it into something called groundwater infiltration basins, which are in the middle of the desert in the hot 100+ degree weather, and thought some of that water would percolate down into the groundwater and they'd be able to store it there and pump it up someday when they finally got cut off. So they accelerated the demise of the reservoirs by pumping an additional almost 10 million acre feet of water into the desert and down into the ground. By the way, they're still trying to figure out if they can get any of that back out, okay? And once they did all that, and in 2022, for the first time ever, remember, we've experienced these cuts every year because that's how prior appropriation works. 2022, they were finally told by the federal government, you know what, there's a shortage. You need to stop your pumping here. You need to reduce your canal. And they screamed and they hollered and they looked upstream and they said, hey, it's Colorado's fault. It's Utah's fault. It's Wyoming's fault. It's New Mexico's fault. So that's their self-righteous platform that they're sitting on, saying we need to settle and we need to enact mandatory water cuts in our state because of what they deem to be important, which is their growth. So we need to keep that in mind as you read the press, as you understand the national press seems to be captivated by poor Arizona and California who don't have the water. I want to point out something else. They will say, look, you need to give us this water because we are the bread basket or the vegetable basket of the winter of the United States of America. The Yuma, Arizona area does in fact grow 90% of the green leafy vegetables that this entire country eats during the winter months because it's a great place to grow them. Well, you know, the Yuma, Arizona farmers actually have a much more senior right than the city of Phoenix and the city of Tucson. The Central Arizona Project is junior. Yuma never said that they were junior, right? So Yuma's got senior rights and should be able to continue to make and grow vegetables, unless maybe their state's policy is that subdivisions are more important than their vegetables, and their state decides internally to take Yuma's water and move it to Phoenix. Why would they do that? Well, if they couldn't keep pumping it out of the Central Arizona projects right because it was cut off, they have threatened to take Yuma's water. That doesn't sound like a Colorado problem to me. That sounds like an Arizona public policy issue where they can't figure out that we actually need food before we need subdivisions, right? But that's what's going on down there. And in case you haven't noticed, I've taken the gloves off in this public dispute with Arizona. I'm sick and tired of them pointing up here and telling us that our way of life is not worth the same value as theirs. So just to kind of, my staff will be mad if I don't use our cool graphics that they came up with. So this is our allotment under the compact, right? On paper, 7.5 million acre feet. Sounds familiar, right? That's what we got back in 1922. Well, we've never used in the 4 upper basin states more than 4.9 million acre feet. We haven't even come close to exceeding or reaching our compact entitlement. And that entitlement is a word that the lower basin uses all the time. So I'll use it too. We're entitled to it. No, we're not, and neither are they. It's what the river provides, right? That's what we're entitled to, is what's actually there. You can't make water. So 4.9 million is the most we've ever used. And in fact, we used 3.1 million acre feet as a collective 4 basin states in 2021 because it was so dry. We adjusted our uses. We had Bob Herford and his guys out there cutting people off, and we reduced our use either because it wasn't legally available when Bob and his folks said it wasn't, or physically available because the streams on our tributaries dried up. Commissioner from Moffat County knows a lot about that. Their streams and their tributaries dry up, and their ranchers up there don't have water. It happens in this county, in the high country as well. It happens up in Ouray County. So what happens when you go from 4.9 to 3.1 million acre feet? The reality is these little dots, I don't mean to offend you, represent farming families and ranching families who make decisions about what they're going to do in the future. A lot of it is deherding, selling your cattle off because you don't have crops. A lot of it is not growing forage on the back 40, not planting a field that you would otherwise plant. Those are tough decisions that you all have had to make every year, every dry year. So really critical. The average use in the upper basin, 4.2 million acre feet, right? It's called living within the means of the river. Here's the lower basin's use. Yes, it does say overuse because it is. Remember, they get 8.5 million acre feet under the compact, right? Including their tributaries. So their average annual use on the main stem is 6.9 million acre feet if you measure it the way they measure it, which is at their head gates. So they don't measure evaporative loss off of Lake Mead. They don't measure the transit loss between Lake Mead and their head gates, which can be 250 miles down there in the desert in the summer when they're growing alfalfa, by the way, at 120 degree temperatures. So, oh, there we go. All right. So that's that additional 1.5 million acre feet, right, of evaporative loss. That should be accounted for, but it's not under the current. They have been big enough to say, well, you know, in certain years in the future, we'll account for that. When it gets really dry, we'll start accounting for that 1.5 million. That's not a give on their part. That's just living within the laws of physics. That is a really interesting idea that they ought to try. But here's the one that kills me. Average tributary use. 3.1 million acre feet of water a year. Remember what they're entitled to? 1 million. That's more than 3 times what they're entitled to use. And guess where all that's used? Almost all of it. State of Arizona. City of Phoenix. That's what happens when you build a major city in a desert, right? They overuse their allotment. Well, So they use about 11.5 million acre feet. Their maximum over the last 25 years, almost 13 million acre feet of water, right? Remember ours, 4.9 at maximum, 12.9. And we're the ones who should experience mandatory cuts. That's what Governor Hobbs of Arizona says. I disagree with her, and I welcome her to come up here to the Uncompahgre Valley to see what you all do with water and how we administer water rights. We've invited the state of Arizona up here before. Bob Herford's been out at the M&D Canal headgate explaining to them how this works and why prior appropriation is something they should try. And Bob said, so, we cut off the water users up above this point. Darius Jutton's here. He's one of those water users both above and below the M&D Canal. And they said, well, they turned to Darius. They said, well, don't you just turn your groundwater pumps on and keep going? And this is the funny thing. In our state, the laws of physics apply again. Groundwater is connected to surface water, so if you lose your water right, you don't get to turn on a junior pump and start pumping. That's off too. In Arizona, literally, when their farmers got turned off because they were getting Central Arizona Project water in 2022, they all went and turned their groundwater pumps on. And they kept growing cotton in the Mojave Desert, right? I'm still trying to figure that out. So I want to get to the 7 states discussions and where it's really going to impact us here in Colorado, or has the potential to. While we don't believe that we should have mandatory cuts in our water, we don't believe that our laws allow that. And so it is, however, there is an awful lot of pressure on our state to be part of the solution. The Trump administration has, through its representatives, made public statements that say that we should open up interstate water marketing. In other words, sell water from Colorado down to Arizona to the highest bidder. The Trump administration has said that we need to change our laws in the state of Colorado to allow for mandatory curtailment outside of compact compliance. And by the way, I am not partisan. Our organization is not partisan. I'm not picking on the Trump administration because they're Republican. I am picking on them because they are the federal government. Okay, and that's an important distinction, because the Biden administration was saying the same kind of things. So they say we should change our laws and we should allow interstate water marketing. And what that means is we should let the water flow to where the money is and disregard the values to our community, disregard my job to protect the water resources of Western Colorado. That can't happen, right? So what can we do? Well, our state has examined and played around with the other 4 upper basin states, something I call conserved consumptive use. It's paying people to intentionally reduce their consumptive use of water in order to provide it to the system. They ran a couple pilot programs over the last several years called System Conservation Pilot Program. Some folks here in the Uncompahgre Valley took advantage of that. You'll remember that program wasn't run by the Colorado River District. It wasn't run by the state of Colorado. It was run by the Upper Colorado River Commission that's based in Utah, Salt Lake City. Yes, we have a representative to it, but it was run by them with federal money. And they waved money in front of people and they said, if you reduce your consumptive use, we'll pay you per acre foot of water conserved, and we'll put it in the system, and we want to see where it goes and what happens. Well, many of us understood that there's large potential for injury to other water users. If one water user cuts off their use, does it in fact impact their neighbor? In a system like the Uncompahgre, their risk is really high, because the water use, if the system is no longer allowed to divert the water from the Gunnison Tunnel over to this valley and run it through their system, and it has to stay in the river and flow down the Gunnison to the state line, your people who this system uses and reuses water about 7 times, right? So if farmer A up at the top of the system is getting paid millions of dollars not to use their water, or maybe $800,000 not to use their water. Farmer B, C, D, E, and F may not have the ability to get their return flows and get their water in this system, which means everybody gets impacted, but only one person gets paid. That's a problem, right? The impacts, if you scale a program up like that, are potentially huge, right? The hardware stores, the tractor supply stores, the feed stores, the co-ops, the Main Street businesses that depend upon those economies won't see that money coming in, because the one family that got the money, if it's a family, maybe they'll see the money come back to Main Street. Maybe they'll go out and buy a pickup truck, right? But what happens if it's a Wall Street investment firm? That money doesn't get recirculated in this economy. Those guys come in and they buy the land because they think they can make money off of the non-use of water. And that money goes back to their investors back in New York. They may be upfront about it, and they may be a Wall Street investment firm that calls itself Water Asset Management in the Grand Valley. They bought up thousands of acres of land in the anticipation that they can make money. Their address is Madison Avenue, right? New York, New York. On the other hand, we have other firms that have come into the Gunnison Basin and bought land and have investors from New York, but their address is in Boulder, Colorado. So they claim they're an ag industry, they're ranchers. They are pushing in our state to further the federal call for interstate marketing and for a conserved consumptive use program to be stood up so they can get money off the non-use of their water and sell it out of state. The firm that's operating here in the Gunnison has hired lobbyists. They have hired a former governor. They have hired all sorts of folks who've come into Mark Catlin's office. Pretty sure they've come and visited Representative Sukla. They've come in and into every office of every elected official at the state that I know of who sits on our Water Resource and Ag Committee. And they've said, hurry up and enact a shepherding law to allow Bob Herford to shepherd my water out of state. That is a threat to our community, because they're looking to make money and send it to their investors back in New York. If we're going to have a program like this, it needs to be designed to work for local families, to help support the local economy, to have the right kind of sideboards that protect all of us in our community and provide a tool to our agricultural growers in hard times, right? This isn't a free market. This is a government-sponsored market with taxpayer dollars. This is a market set up to meet a collective government obligation of the Upper Basin. Don't be fooled when those same people say, no, it's free market. Let's just all exercise our water rights and our right to our 401k. The government paying someone to change their behavior is not a free market. The government paying someone to do that is a public policy that comes along with value judgments. In this instance, those value judgments from the federal government are that Arizona's worth more than you all. That's a value judgment. Your water, the federal representatives have literally said in these 7 state negotiations that our water's cheaper up here and we should be paid not to use it so it can go down there because it costs more down there. Your lives are not worth less money than those folks in Arizona. It comes back to that. So when we talk about how to set up this market, the stakes are really high. And there's a lot of talk going on right now because the states, the Upper Basin, came to the table last December and said, look, we're going to try to create a conservation pool in Lake Powell of up to 200,000 acre feet a year. We're going to conserve water. We're going to have as a target up to 200,000 acre feet of water a year. Well, if that's done at 200,000 acre feet of water a year, over 50% of that water would need to come out of the state of Colorado because we have 51.75% of the Upper Basin's share of water. So we would be expected to contribute about 102,000 acre feet of water a year. Well, what did that system conservation pilot program do last year? It got 17,000 acre feet out of the state of Colorado. And it costs tens of millions of dollars to do that. If you scale that up, one, it's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's the money going to come from, right? The 7 states keep saying it's going to come from the federal government. I'm not sure which federal government they think they have in power right now, but I'm not seeing the current federal government printing money and handing it out. So let's think about that. But more importantly, if you're taking even 100,000 acre feet of water out of the West Slope, and why do I say the West Slope? Because you can see this map of the whole state of Colorado, and you can see all the dark, all the green colors. That's where Colorado River water is used throughout our state. Those aren't, on the Front Range. I think they don't realize it, but I bet you do. That's not the Colorado River Basin. Nope, that's the South Platte, the Arkansas, the city and county of Denver, the city and county of Aurora, Colorado Springs, eastern Colorado, all of the growth in the cities that are up there. They all depend upon Colorado River water. There are over 24 major diversion tunnels bringing water over there for their use. And they're allowed to do that under our Constitution. But if we're going to enact a conserved consumptive use program, a demand management, whatever you want to call it, we're going to pay people not to use water. They ought to make sure that it's equitable, right? Remember that equitable apportionment from 1922? Well, let's make sure that if we're paying people to achieve a public policy goal, that wet water is coming from every water user sector and every location, every geography in the state that depends upon it. So we'd like to see the Front Range contribute water. We said that before the System Conservation Pilot Program, and we told them, if you're going to set up a market, you're going to have variable pricing in order to incentivize the Front Range to leave their water in the Colorado River and let it go downstream. They ignored us and they said, nope, we're going to pay one price per acre foot in the entire state of Colorado. And guess what happened? Those dots are all the system conservation pilot projects for the last 2 years. Every single participant was in Western Colorado. So you scale that up and it all comes without sideboards, without protections, without the right kind of marketplace being put in place. You scale that up and those red dots will take over. Instead of the green irrigated areas that we have, like in this valley, it will be just one big red dot. And what does that look like 20 years from now? If it's not done with the right sideboards, meaning that it's temporary, that you're not taking ag land out of production permanently, what does that look like? We know, we don't have to go very far. Go over to the Arkansas Basin, go to Crowley County. 1970s and 80s, the cities of Aurora and Colorado Springs purchased a bunch of water from folks in the lower Arkansas Basin. And guess what? Some of the farmers and ranchers over there were really happy. They made a very nice profit. They made a very good, quick buck. Enough money for many of them to move the heck out of that area and go. And it's a good thing they did, because the remaining people probably would have strung them up 10, 20 years ago. If you've been to Crowley County recently, the towns have dried up and blown away. I do not want to see towns in Montrose County, in Delta County, in Garfield County, in Ouray, in Moffat County have that happen to them. And that's what will happen without water, right? The economy will grind to a halt and there will be absolute poverty. We cannot see that happen. And that's why these rules are so important. We have a list of principles that we've injected into the conversation in the state, where we expect our state legislature and our executive branch to follow and to agree with. I will tell you that I announced these first at a Water Resource and Ag Review Committee hearing in August. Mark Catlin sits on. And as soon as I did, the state's team came up to me and said, independently, about 4 of them in different times right after that, said, Andy, we totally agree with you. How do we do this? So we're trying to convene a stakeholder group of ag interests and cities and counties in our conservation district, the state, to talk about these rules and these regulations and these principles so that we can figure out how to do this where we're part of the solution, but we're not selling our future down the river. And it's important to make sure that we do this right. And so we're kind of working through that. It will be, I think, a growing stress within our state. And what we've asked of the legislature, and we would ask you to ask the same of the legislature. By the way, Mark's on board with this, but it couldn't hurt him to say, I've got hundreds of people telling me not to do this, thousands of people telling me not to do this, is don't pass a law that allows the shepherding of Colorado River water to our state line unless it's accompanied by proper sideboards that have been vetted by the agricultural industry and the communities that depend upon it, and that it's designed to make sure we continue to thrive in Western Colorado. And there will be a vote, hopefully not this year, but in the coming years at our state legislature to set a program like this up. And it's very important that you all who care about your community are aware that this is going on and you participate in those conversations. I'm gonna, I think Sue's showing me that I'm out of time, and I wanted to leave enough time for questions if we have a little bit. And I know Raquel is available for questions as well, so if you have questions, we're happy to take them. Told you I wasn't going to be any more exciting than Raquel, or more. I might be more depressing than Raquel.
Does anybody have any questions for? Well, first, yeah, round of applause for Andy. Wait a minute. I know you. I know. No. You're being recorded.
The meeting's going to be December 19th. Would you please say that?
Okay.
December 19th meeting. I think you need to talk about that.
November
Please.
19th.
November.
That would be next week.
Yeah.
That's Commissioner from Montrose County, excuse me, Garfield County. We have a little project going up on the Colorado River called Shoshone. We're in the middle of buying these historic water rights, and have offered to the state of Colorado to have them become our partner on a very short little 2.5 mile in-stream flow with some of the most senior and largest water rights on the Colorado River. And we're buying those water rights from Xcel Energy that runs a little power plant in Glenwood Canyon in order to keep that high priority senior water right on the river, because it stops the Front Range from taking more water out of the headwaters of the Colorado River and bringing it over to the Front Range and putting a bigger hole in the Colorado River system. It protects our farms and our ranches. It protects our cities that take water directly out of the Colorado River. It provides protection to endangered fish, which allow all of us to take water out of the river, out of their habitat. It does all sorts of things. The recreation economy thrives because of that water right. Really important to the main stem of the Colorado, and in a very complex way, extremely important to the Uncompahgre Basin, the Gunnison Basin, the White, the Yampa, and all of those. We have a final decision point with the state of Colorado coming up next Wednesday. The Colorado Water Conservation Board can either vote to accept our offer to become our partner, and the key issue there is that we have said we'd love you as our partner, but we, even though you're the only entity that gets to operate an in-stream flow in our state, we have to be part of the decision if you're ever going to reduce the call to that right. And the staff at the Water Conservation Board says, yeah, that's fine. We like that. We've done that before with other entities. We think that that makes sense. You all are buying this water right. You will own it. You have spent a lot of money on it. Yes, you should be involved. That's what the staff says. Weirdly enough, the city of Denver, Colorado Springs, Aurora, and all of northeastern Colorado have said, hell no, don't let the West Slope do that. We don't trust them. You know, well, why do they say that? Because they want more water. They're not different in this respect than the state of Arizona. They want to allow the Colorado River to continue to fuel their growth, their data centers, their chip plants. And they think their value of life is worth more than ours. And we've heard that at a 16-hour public hearing in Durango in September. We heard that loud and clear from the city of Aurora. They want to grow, and they need our water to do it. And we're telling them no. So that hearing, their final decision point will be November 19th in Denver West Marriott. If anybody wants to bring a bag of popcorn and watch the fireworks, it'll be a good time. So.
I had a question about the 35-foot level at Lake Powell for the power production pool.
Yep.
That's measured in feet. Most of the other data is in acre feet.
Yeah.
And it occurs to me that the 35 feet at the top of that reservoir, there's a lot more acre feet at the top than there is at the bottom. I was curious if you could speak to that. And it seems like there's more urgency than maybe the 35 feet speaks to.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. If you picture a funnel, right, that is a reservoir, at the top there's a whole lot more per acre or per square foot of area. There's a lot more volume of water. As that reservoir comes down, it's easy to draw it down much faster. This year, in that deficit that Raquel identified, Lake Powell dropped 31 feet, right? So if we had another year of irresponsible management of that reservoir like that, and it wouldn't drop 31 feet, it would drop closer to 45 feet in the same deficit. So that would put us below 3490, which is where the power production stops. And I don't know if that works. She's technical. She got up. She was worried that I was going to like really screw that question up. So. No, come here. Oh, sorry.
Arizona being desperate, what if they got the right judge and sued the upper Colorado area?
That's a real serious concern of ours. It's the right judge for anybody is unfortunately the current 9 folks at the Supreme Court. Because when one state sues another, it goes right to the Supreme Court. So we're a little concerned about what those folks would do, which is the incentive to stay at the negotiating table and try to work out a deal. Because having 9 people who don't understand water law decide your future is a really bad idea. And by the way, none of those 9 live out here. They might have like some ski house in Aspen or something, but they don't live here, right? They don't work here. They don't depend upon this. So.
You know, Andy, this is the first year I didn't bring a bottle of whiskey and talk about.
I've got plenty of whiskey too. Don't worry.
So I was going to say, this is also about power. And if something happens and those turbines don't run, data centers cost a lot of power, right? They need a lot of power. Where is that power going to come from, and how's that going to affect us if those turbines can't run? How does that affect them and us?
Yeah, it's a really important point. Even today, at the levels that we're operating at, the turbines at the Glen Canyon Dam are producing about 49% of the power that they're capable of when that reservoir is full, because the head pressure on those turbines. You know, the Western Area Power Administration actually has a major office here in Montrose. They are the ones who wheel that power around out of those dams. We'd have a real hard time making up for the loss of that power. If you think your electricity is expensive now, it will just grow. And so we're looking at some serious problems.
Andy, Raquel, thank you for the presentation today. I don't think we can do any more to influence the Shoshone decision from CWCB. But what can we do as commissioners and just people in the community do to influence the post-26 operations of Meade and Powell now? We've got to backstop Director Becky Mitchell and let people know that we are paying attention and we have got to get this thing on the right side.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point, Commissioner Coons. I think that Becky Mitchell is under a lot of pressure. She has been targeted in the press by the governor, personally by the governor of Arizona. And she's being targeted every day by lower basin interests that want to say that we're inflexible, that we're not bringing deals to the table. None of that's true. Our state has put deal after proposal on the table. And I think it's really important if you happen to see Becky, which I know, Wendell, you do and others do, really help her understand that we support her standing strong and protecting our interests. 2, local news really matters. Believe it or not, the Bureau of Reclamation officials and the federal government officials actually get a news clipping service every time they're mentioned. Every time the Colorado River is mentioned, they get those newspaper clippings. Even if they're out of the Montrose paper or the Grand Junction Sentinel, they read them. And I know that because they call me when they see offensive statements that I've made. And so that's okay. I'm happy to continue. And that's part of why I'm pointing out what I am in such blunt terms. People in water sometimes are too diplomatic. And we have to show and we have to make clear that our lifestyle, our communities are of value and are not on the table to be sacrificed. So,
Hi, thank you for this presentation, both of you, but I heard this one sentence that was kind of alarming to me. You mentioned cavitation erosion in the lower level. I'm a little bit surprised that it's not happening in the higher flow level, but I don't think that's an easy fix. How concerned are you with that?
That is a really concerning fact for the Bureau of Reclamation. And so the cavitation is, if they release water out of that lower tunnel, they've seen cavitation issues. So they've had to reline this tunnel. I think they did it last year. But it's not a permanent fix. And the reason why they're trying to protect elevation 3,500, which provides this 10-foot buffer to the power pool, is so that they don't have to use that tunnel. And they're trying to do it with, the language in the supplemental EIS says they can use whatever is in their power to protect that elevation. And if things, and you know, the hope is that moving forward, these reservoirs are managed in a way that they can rebuild some storage over time, but time will tell. And yeah, I think it would be really problematic, and it's super expensive to figure out an alternative. But they were exploring alternatives, and I think they continue to explore alternatives.
And just in case you're like me and not an engineer, cavitation is caused generally by oxygen that gets entrained in the water that gets sucked into a tunnel or a pipe, and because of that it has a corrosive effect that knocks if it's a pipe, it can erode through the pipe. And in the Glen Canyon Dam there are actually 2 river bypass tubes. Those were the light blue tubes, and they were designed as the reservoir was being built just to keep water flowing while they were building the dam. They weren't intended to be used, as Raquel said, to help get water out of there on a regular basis. And back in the 80s, when the reservoir almost overtopped the dam, and the Bureau of Reclamation literally put plywood on the top of the dam to get an extra couple feet of elevation, they opened the river bypass tubes to try to evacuate more water, in addition to the 6 turbine tubes, the electric tubes. And they saw chunks of concrete flying out of the tubes, and the water started turning the color of the host bedrock, the sandstone, because it was eating into the sandstone at the base of the reservoir or the base of the dam. So they stopped using them. And our fear is that that's exactly what will happen again if the power bypass tubes aren't able to be used. And so it's a very serious problem. Bureau of Reclamation is studying it. In fact, they've got a technical center in Denver that's doing a whole lot of work on it. The downstream states have suggested literally putting siphons, massive siphons over the dam so they can drain Lake Powell completely. And then it'll be great because they'll get water from where? As Lake Powell refills, right? I mean, it's the most short-sighted thoughts I've seen in a long time. But
so, Andy, we have one more question. And are you going to be around?
I will be around. We'll be here. Raquel and I will be here all morning and during the breaks. Okay. Happy to talk to folks.
Andy, thank you for bringing us up to date on all this good stuff. But why can't we force, or through the federal government, California to develop their own water, particularly in Northern California? There's a lot of water that comes down off of Mount Shasta that runs off into the Pacific Ocean.
Ted, Colin, that's a really good question. There's been a long history of discussing, importing water into the Colorado River Basin, whether it's bringing an iceberg down from the Arctic or Literally, that was studied very seriously. Bringing tunneling water from the Columbia River or the Snake River system down into Lake Powell, bringing it from the Great Lakes, bringing it from the Missouri River, the Mississippi River. These are all projects that I have books on and maps of that have literally been studied. The cheapest way or the most efficient way right now for major cities along the coast to stop being dependent upon Colorado River water is desalination. Or, as Ted points out, there's some environmental laws and decisions that are stopping the state of California from utilizing their full system to bring water down to the lower part of their state because they want the delta smelt. It's a tiny little fish to continue to thrive. And if they would relax that and bring more water down through that state water project and through the federal project that exists in parallel through the Central Valley, they could actually bring a significantly more amount of water down to LA, San Diego, that metroplex down there, and even the Imperial Valley could get its water. You know, the Imperial Irrigation District, we didn't talk about this, but they are the most senior right on the Colorado River. They have a right to over 3 million acre feet of water a year from the Colorado River. Our state's entitlement under the apportionment that we talk about under the compact is 3.1 million acre feet, and that one little irrigation district down in California gets 3 million acre feet. So if we could get them a substitute supply of water, it could solve a lot of problems. It is a monumental engineering feat to do that. It is expensive. It would require power. You know, we talk about the power that data centers and such require. It most likely would require the building of probably a dozen or so large-scale nuclear power plants to do anything of that scale. Is our country capable of doing that? Yes, I think so. But our country needs to be doing that now in order to have that solution actually functioning within the next several decades. So that is a good point, Ted, and one that we do push.
Well, that was supposed to be your last one, but with Senator Catlin asked for some grace here. You remember how many of you have been here since the beginning of the Water Summit? Do you remember how nice Andy used to be about, and now it's a little edgy. It's a little edgy now, so. Okay, one last question. Seriously, out of respect for our other speakers, so let's be brief and I'll run.
Oh,
there you go, Senator.
I didn't know I was going to be allowed. Excellent presentation. Thank you guys both very much. Just a curiosity question. How much of our water actually goes to the Front Range?
That's an excellent question. In any year, it's between 500,000 acre feet and 600,000 acre feet a year that is removed entirely from our basin. So let me point out, like, just to put it in context, the Uncompahgre project diverts about 600,000 acre feet of water a year through the Gunnison Tunnel. 60% of that water goes back into the river and continues downstream. The Front Range diverts approximately the same amount, and zero goes back downstream to Lake Powell or anywhere in the Colorado River system. In fact, it feeds the South Platte and the Arkansas and helps them stay in compliance with their compacts. So I hope that helps.
So I was right that we have the right advocates in our corner. I want you to give Andy and Raquel a huge round of applause and thank them. So it is time to get involved. So if there's something that we can do as stakeholders, you know, I'm ready to rabble rouse and get as edgy as Andy. So I have a year left. So not that I'm going to die, but. So I'd like to invite our next speaker, Steve Pope, well-known local figure here. And Steve Pope, obviously, we all know he's the manager of the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, and I want to thank him for helping to sponsor breakfast today. So if you had a donut, thank Steve. And he's been there since 2021 as the manager and as responsible for the oversight of the project. I've been involved in a couple of different projects with the water users on drought management, infrastructure plan, and others. And working with Steve is a pleasure, and I think he's also a fierce advocate for our water. So help me welcome Steve Pope to this podium. You ready?
Thank you, Sue. Make sure I understand how this thing works here. Okay. Yep, points. Okay, to advance slides, okay. Thank you. We've heard from Mikkel and Andy, the big picture on the forecast and the return of the water supply that we've had this year and in past, and how we've been in this series of drought and how it's impacting lower basin states and us. I want to kind of bring it down to our valley here and how we manage in this time of drought. Just a little background on the system for those of you that may not be familiar with it. We operate the Uncompahgre project in the Gunnison Tunnel. This is the first project, or one of the first projects, that was authorized by the Bureau of Reclamation in 1902. The tunnel diverts water out of the Gunnison River and into our South Canal right outside of Montrose here. We have about 128 miles of primary canals. These are the larger ones. The South Canal, the water runs down the South Canal, flumes over into the West Canal system, and then is dumped into the Uncompahgre, where it's picked up in the Montrose and Delta system. Comes down further into the Lotzenheiser, which is right in here, into the Selig, down into the Ironstone system. This is in that pea green, the northwest, northwest corner of our system, and the east, this is that Peach Valley area, and then on down in the Garnet system, which is right in the town of Delta and beyond. So it's a fairly large project area. We have 438 miles of laterals and ditches that we maintain to deliver water, and a significant drainage system that we recapture the water, bring it back in, recollect it, and as it was mentioned earlier, we use water 6 to 7 times from the point of diversion until we lose control of it. And throughout that, we irrigate roughly 83,000 acres of farm ground in these two counties. In addition, it was mentioned earlier that we also control Taylor Park, which is up outside of Gunnison, northwest of Gunnison. We held 106,000 plus acre feet in that reservoir. The purpose of that reservoir is to ensure that our tunnel deliveries stay consistent. If the inflows into the Gunnison River upstream are not sufficient to satisfy our direct flow rights, then we have the opportunity to make releases to augment those flows, to make sure that we maintain a full tunnel capacity. And that reservoir, based on the size, location, and the basin, it's a very, what I would call a very stable water source for us. Even in drier years, we have the first fill right, and so it's a fairly, we're always assured the first fill. To date, we've always gotten it, and it helps stabilize that tunnel delivery. In addition, we own 12,000 acre feet of storage in Ridgeway Reservoir. And then we have a 9,000 acre foot exchange pool with Tri-County Water, Project 7. So all of the municipal water for this valley comes through the Gunnison Tunnel presently. We deliver water out of the tunnel into Fairview and Project 7, which then disperses it to the municipal providers. In exchange for every acre foot we give the municipal system, we get an acre foot in Ridgeway Reservoir, which we can utilize for irrigation releases. In 2021, the Uncompahgre Valley water users signed an agreement with Ouray County for a no-call agreement. Part of that agreement was if they would supply a fixed amount of water, a firm yield of depletions to us, we would not place the call. As mentioned before, in historically, when we were short, we would call Bob Herford up and say, we need more water, and Bob would have to go up there, look at our system, and then go curtail 80% of Ouray County for the year. So they've come up with a program where we get this contract water out of Ouray County. It's a contract pool in Ridgeway, and we are able to utilize that water to keep that call off. So those are our inputs. One of the things, and I want to bring this slide up, I think it's very important, and it kind of pigtails on what Raquel was talking about earlier. And this slide was developed by the Division of Water Resources, and it shows the decadal fluctuations or flows all the way from the 20s up through the early 2000s. And the one thing that we're seeing now is we're having a lot more of these lower years back to back, very compressed. We might get one in there, but it's one of those greater frequency of years where we're having significantly lower flows. And this is the total runoff in the Gunnison River. And that's one of the things that's really triggering, our long-term drought that we're in right now. It's very evident. This would be the dirty 30s, the Dust Bowl. We had some very low years in the late 70s. 77 is a big one, 2002, 12, and then the 20s. We've been really struggling with water supply. I wanted to provide this slide, and Raquel had talked about the forecasting that they use. She referenced, we look at the Gunnison Basin, it had a 79% of an annual snowpack originally, and it declined over the course of the year. These are the final numbers that we received from the Colorado Basin Forecast Center for the Uncompahgre and Ridgeway Reservoir inflows this year, and it came out to 68% of an average snowpack year. And what I think it's critical to show is that, at the beginning of the year, we really rely on this modeling heavily. What's the forecast going to be? How we manage our water? How we hit target flows to fill storage in Ridgeway? So one of the things I should say, first of all, is that, we don't operate Ridgeway. I need to throw big props out to Tri-County Water. They're the operators of Ridgeway Reservoir. And this year, given the fact that we had 68% of an average snowpack, as a company, our ability to deliver that water to the farmers, I don't think we could have done any better. I mean, we hit our target flows, we filled the reservoir, we stretched our water so the producers could have it right to the very end, first week of September, and we left just enough water in the reservoir to hopefully we have a good start to be able to fill so we can continue on for next year. I got to hand it to our staff and Tri-County folks. We worked very closely with them every day. We would look at the forecast. We look at our river gauges. And that's one of the things I want to talk about is how we make these decisions daily, hourly at times, to modify our system to ensure we're maximizing the beneficial use of water, because we do not have that large water supply. So our diversions this year, as mentioned, I just pulled this off of a spreadsheet. Our tunnel deliveries were right around 400,000 acre feet of water. Our Uncompahgre diversions were right in that 193. So we're, as Andy mentioned, we're about 600,000 acre feet of water. That also accounts for our reuse and some of the return flows. Are those lights going to stay off? Because I'm going to have to read something here. It's going to get a little tough. So one of the things I like to show you, and if I can find this, maybe it's this next slide here. Just to kind of highlight where our water comes from. The lion's share of our water comes out of the Gunnison Tunnel. We have a 1,250 CFS direct flow right. It's very stable, and it's it's very stable right, or flow. And so that ensures enough water to really satisfy our operators at about 50% allocation. The remaining water comes out of the Ouray or Uncompahgre system through natural flow and releases from Ridgeway water, and that's where we have to make up on an average year, 100 or another 50%. That's where that smaller amount is where we capture that water, return flows, reuse it, reuse it, reuse it. That Uncompahgre system is the kind of the critical part of our project. This is very constant. But the Uncompahgre, we've got the diurnal flows, the releases out of Cow Creek, or the diurnal flows in Cow Creek, the releases out of Ridgeway, the fluctuating inflows into Ridgeway that really hamper how we can consistently keep pressure to all of our head gates. So how do we manage our water? And prior to coming here, I should say, preface it, I worked for the Division of Water Resources for 26 years on the Colorado Basin main stem. And I've seen a lot of the larger irrigation projects down there. This is by far more complex than any one of them or any four of them combined. The amount of infrastructure, the number of times we have to use the water, reuse the water, manage the water, it's just because we do not have a big river system continuously running through our valley. We're heavily reliant on these inputs of water. So what do we look at? Well, again, we look at the forecasting. We'll start in January looking at snowpack. And this is what the models that are run that shows us this, and these numbers are going to be kind of hard to see, but you know, I want to show you this is for the Ridgeway or the Uncompahgre side. At the beginning of the year, they were saying, you know, they look at what's an 85% chance we're going to get this flow, what's the minimum flow likely possibility, what's the maximum, and what are we going to sit at. So we had they were forecasting about 87,000 acre feet of water early on in the year. Every month, every day we look at that, and we just kept watching that number drop, drop, drop. At the end of the year, January, we're down to that 62,000 acre feet. So us as a company, we have to look at when our farmers are calling for water in early, the onion producers need water April 1st. There's no runoff. How do we get that water? How do we satisfy their needs to deliver that water without dipping into our savings account? Because that savings account has to last until September. And when we really need it is from mid-July through the latter part of August to allow those producers to finish their crops. So that's one of that critical juggling act. So we'll look at that. We have to evaluate the forecast, determine if we're going to be on percentages, which, you know, it used to be a risky thing. Oh, we're going to be on percentage, or are we not? The answer is yeah. I mean, year after year, I think since 2000, we've been on percentages 23 years. So we write letters to the farm insurance companies, you know, letting them know that our producers are going to have a tough year this year. So we try to get those out to help them in time. But forecasting that water usage and being able to manage it, and then this is what dictates as we go on to percentages every day, is we look at the gauges. And this is the series, this is a snapshot. We can't pull up all the gauges in the system, but we have roughly 30 gauges in the Uncompahgre Basin that we look at. Some of my guys look at them like they're day traders on the stock market, hoping they'll change, waiting for an hourly update to see where we sit. It's a little addictive, but it is a tremendous forecasting tool for us. You know, it allows us to look at all of our tail ends of our system to see where we're short of water, where we need the deliveries. Our system is not set up to deliver water directly out of the Uncompahgre River to satisfy our full demand on the west side. So we have to rely on recapturing flows mid-system through feeder canals, regathering water, putting it in the system. You know, we don't want to flood the tail ends, but we have to try to keep a consistent amount. One of the challenges that we have is that, weather, sunny days versus cloudy days in the middle of the summer, that will create a 40 to 60 foot swing in the diurnal. And if you combine that with a declining hydrograph, it could be 60 to 80 foot. And so if we miss the mark, and the further down when we get to our system, the tail end of the East Canal or the Ironstone, it becomes the river. And so if then that diurnal comes down and we miss the mark, that tail end is 80 feet short on a canal that holds 140 feet. And then we lose all of the pressure in our pipelines. They have to be recharged. It creates a problem that goes on and on and on. And that is probably one of our biggest challenges, is managing that diurnal bounce. So how do we try to stay ahead of it? By communication with Tri-County, looking at the weather, looking at our reservoir supplies. They're very responsive in making daily adjustments to the flows, but still managing that snowpack or that water savings in that amount up in the Ridgeway Reservoir, so we can ensure that we have a consistent water supply. Again, we diverted, I guess I would like to take you through just a real brief, just to show, and it's kind of hard on this one, but our Gunnison Tunnel delivers water out of the South Canal, and it runs south of town, just out here near Kelowna, just this side of Kelowna. And we flume it into we dump it into the Uncompahgre. Well, out of the South Canal, if we divert roughly 1,100 acre feet of water, we will dump about 800 into the river. The rest, some will get used out of that South Canal, some will get flumed across to the west. So we have 800 feet of water there, and then whatever the Ridgeway release is, which sometimes averages a full season, it could be 300 to 400 feet. By the time we divert out of the West Canal, which is the M&D, which is our largest system, the Lotzenheiser, the Seelig, we've pretty much exhausted all of that flow. Halfway down into the Ironstone. So the Ironstone has a demand for about 400 CFS, 200 of it is natural flow. The other 2 has to come up from return flows that have been coming across fields that are recaptured in Spring Creek and the different creeks that are down there. Then past the Ironstone, 100% return flows is the East Canal is relying on. So until we see more building to the bottom end of our system in the Garnet. It's a challenging, that is one of the challenges, to ensure that we have that consistent delivery of water to all of our producers. So again, I want to kind of show you, this is just a snapshot of a day. This is, I think, June. So, this is a swing, and that's an 80 CFS swing. That's probably 8 hours. Now, Murphy's Law would dictate that's at Cow Creek gauge. So by the time that big bounce hits our system, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So we have staff that don't sleep. We have guys that are out there trying to make gate adjustments at 2 o'clock in the morning to maximize as much of that water, because if we miss it, we set to where everybody has it. When we hit that upsurge, if we don't capture that, it's gone. And that's our biggest, that's the thing. We want to make sure we use every drop of that water. We can't just let the high part flush through and make fair. So we're continuing. It's like one of those big Rube Goldberg things where it's leaking, and we've got different hands-on valves to manage that through the system. Some of our challenges, and I think, our system, it's commonly said we're not living in the water world that we were 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Why? Development is a big part of it for us. Subdivisions, they're remodifying the system, their demands on the water. We have this variable hydrology, as mentioned before by Raquel. It's not necessarily in snowpack. We still sometimes get our 9 inches of year. 3 of it might come in a week. which really doesn't do anybody good. Beats your wheat down, messes with your crops. But that's the thing, is it's really becoming a lot more variable. It's coming later. It's not necessarily coming in snowpack. It's tougher to manage. Having these back-to-back arid years, our soil moistures are very difficult. That's what really kills us with the forecasting, is it looks like on paper and snow depth, we have a decent snowpack. But as the runoff progresses, all we're doing is re-soaking that ground up. And then the variability of crops. One of the things I say, do crop rotations. One of the things that we've noticed, and I think this is a great slide that depicts it, is as there's development occurring, this was all a row crop farm, had reliable return flows, showed, it was somewhat consistent. We can monitor when they're changing their sets, everything like that. Well, this property then sells, and now we have, and this is maybe not as great of an example, but you'll get some, 100-acre parcel that sells into 520s. It's no longer feasible to run a row crop, so they start to put pasture grass on the ground. Two things happen. It changes their demand for the water. They're going to want that water early. They're going to want it to the end of October. Whereas if you're growing a hay crop or a corn, you irrigate up to a certain point, you shut off, you dry it out, and you're done for the year. It's stretching out our demand for that same amount of water. And the timing it's really a timing issue, is when we have the water, when the greatest demand is. And that's one of the things that we really have to focus on. So we're not seeing the return flows with this, and these changes. It's still agriculture. They're still growing up, they're putting up hay, whether it's for their kid's horse or pasture for their cattle or selling it. But it's not the same type of agriculture that our system was built on necessarily in certain areas. So that is some of the challenge there. I wanted to comment a little bit about the SCPP and bootstrap on some of Andy's comments. We've developed some tools to manage our water. I mean, in the face of drought, we're having challenges. And how are we going to manage water into the future? We've developed a few tools in coordination with the River District. They helped sponsor a project where we had a company called the Freshwater Trust develop some models to see what a conservation project might look like in our system. If you dried up fallowed some ground, how much water was conserved? What was the economic impact to the community? All of these issues. I'm not a huge fan of SCPP, but I understand that it's needed. And I would rather have a model that shows for our system what we can contribute and what the impacts would be, rather than to have somebody tell us, whether it be from the federal or state level, you got to cut 10%, 20%, whatever. Because a 10% reduction at the Gunnison Tunnel does not equate to a 10% reduction to the valley. It's exponential. And that's one thing where, that's if it gets into a blanket policy, we want to be able to defend ourselves, have the data that supports it, and advocate that there's only so much we can give, and that's where we're going to draw the line. The other thing, the comment about the SCP program and its system conservation. Well, if the goal is to contribute water to Lake Powell, well, we're part of the system. And if we're continually running at 60%, why can't our conservation mean that we can, if somebody's willing to participate, then we should be able to continue those diversions to take us to 70 or 80%. Take the burden off of our other producers, because they're entitled to that water too. They're part of this system. I'm not a big fan of saying we're going to be on a percentage, we're going to conserve water, and then we're going to send it downstream. If we're going to conserve water, we should be reusing it within our own system. That's my soapbox. And I think, and to comment on a few other things, Mark Catlin made a comment, you know, we measure in and we measure out. We really shepherd our water and how we differ from the lower basin in a lot of ways. Not only do you know what you have, and good or bad, so do your neighbors. And that's one thing that's kept us working. It's kept us honest. You know, your neighbors know what you have. They know what you're supposed to have. And we hear about it. Hey, my neighbor's pulling too much water. So we come out and take a look, you know. But that is why, that's how collectively we've learned to live within our means. And I think that's pretty important to note. You know, it's a big challenge for us to be everywhere all at once. But I mean, that's our goal. We have to try to ensure the most accurate and reliable delivery of water that we can. So again, some of these tools, I won't talk about the DMIP because our friends at JUB are going to cover that, but it's a drought contingency plan, management infrastructure plan that we've developed over the course of the last couple of years. We have, like I said, we've partnered with the River District originally with the to develop a decision support tool for our system, and how more recently, how, you know, really drilling down to producer surveys and how, I guess we developed the tool. Now we're looking at, you know, getting data from our specific fields and our producers to refine that program to make sure that their assumptions are accurate. If they say you've got this field and they're assuming your yield was however many bushels or per acre, that's an accurate assessment, to refine that tool. So we have that. And I look at this tool, and it'd be great. Unfortunately, we don't have it up and running completely yet, but it's a management tool that we can utilize as well to, anytime we put in a new project, this tool maps all of our return flows, so we can look at what impacts or infrastructure improvements we make. What are the unintended consequences of those? We're right now, piping is a big one. You know, we're very heavily involved in the Water Smart program for Salinity. Have been for 20 plus years. Piped over 140 miles of our laterals. The problem with piping, it's great, provides pressure, but you don't recapture those return flows. And we have a project going right now that, you know, so far the East Canal, the lower part of our system, has suffered as a result of that. We have a project right now where we're trying to put a pipeline in to gather that water up and reintroduce it into the system. We're very close to getting that thing put out to bid. We just have to get more innovative in how we're managing our water and try to squeeze every little pocket out of it. One of the ideas that we're working on right now in partnership with the Chavano Conservation District is they have 2 sediment retention ponds out on the west side of the system. One is out here in Chavano Valley. The other one's out at the Rote Cap, which is the west end of the system off of Falcon Road. These 2 small ponds are designed just to capture storm flows, attenuate them, and release them. We've come up with the concept of what if we can store early season, use them as temporary storage, put a little water into them, fill those ponds, and then allow for releases once we hit the declining end of our hydrograph right around July, mid-July. So we'd fill them in May and June, turn around, open them up, and dump them in May and July, or June and July and August, to help prop up that northwest corner. That's where we seem to see some of our greatest struggles with recapturing and reusing water. So these are just some of the tools. Our system to date, we still don't pump any water. Everything is gravity, tunnels, siphons, flumes. We're beginning to look at different spots where we can pump out of drains and try to recapture every drop we can. I mean, it's critical. I think that's the one thing, and I mentioned earlier, most of the farmers, they know they have a landmark in our system. If there's water there, they know something, you know, there's water being wasted. You know, they drive over a bridge all the time. I saw water here, and they're beginning to ask the questions, well, if I'm on a percentage, why is there water here? And, you know, we have to explain that, you know, that's where that diurnal comes into play. And the best that we can mitigate that, smooth out the deliveries of the system, those are things that we're looking for. One real quickly, one of the other components is that Tri-County Water and Uray County is in the process of, they have a court application to develop Ramshorn Reservoir, which has been out there for the longest time, and the Cow Creek Pipeline. We are fully in support of especially the Cow Creek Pipeline. You know, that Cow Creek is one of those tributaries that has this tremendous diurnal that really influences our system. The concept of this is to put a pipeline in at the bottom end of Cow Creek that would divert water into Ridgeway Reservoir and let Ridgeway work as an attenuating pool. It could bounce up and down all at once. We can make a steady release out of the reservoir. It takes away that huge diurnal for us. It's just a consistent delivery. So as they work through their court process, eventually, hopefully they'll get there at some point, we would fully support assisting and enlarging that pipeline to make sure we can better utilize, well, number one, we'll ensure the fill of Ridgeway, which we have assets in, but two, we'll be able to better manage that water more consistently so we don't have those diurnal flows. Last, I wanted to leave you with this statement. You know, we talk about drought challenges being new. This is one that I came across probably 15 years ago, and I think it really plays true. He was a former state engineer, and I don't know if everybody can read it, but he who expects the letter of the law in relation to irrigation to be executed with the precision of clockwork and that infallible results will be obtained has a small conception of the tangled web of difficulties in the way and a meager knowledge of the uncertainties of the element to be manipulated. And I think that really captures what we do. I mean, we've got this water and it's not slowing down. It's not stopping. It goes where it wants to go. And nothing's changed. We just have to still manage to do that with less water. So, last, for those of you that are shareholders, I would encourage you should be receiving an announcement in the mail this week, but we are having our annual shareholder meeting February 3rd in this room, 1 o'clock. Most importantly, lunch will be served. Please attend. I mean, it's an opportunity as a shareholder for you to voice your concerns, opinions, address our board. We'll have board elections. And just to really, we'll provide more of an update on our system, our forecasts, and what our plans are for the next year. So, I think my time's up. So, thank you. If you have any questions, are we going to wait till the end? Okay.
So we'll wait till our next speaker is finished, and then we'll bring both Steves up, and you can ask any questions you have about irrigation. But I think it should underscore that that we have people that are watching over our water. It is very complicated. If you're brand new to the area, you probably already know that it's a complicated system, and it's hard to really understand it unless you hear from people like Steve and Andy and then Steve. We got all the Steves here. So Steve, you're not supposed to be here yet. I'm supposed to introduce you first. Steve's the president of Chavano Conservation District. He is also a fourth-generation farmer and rancher and raises natural grass-fed beef and other enterprises with his wife and children and grandchildren. He also serves on the Cimarron Canal and Reservoir Board and the Bostwick Park Water Conservancy Board. One of the family's farm properties is now part of CSU Discover Farms, demonstrating and testing regenerative farming and soil practices, which you will also can learn about when you join us in the Innovation Expo next door. So with that, Steve, take it away.
Thank you, Sue. I know that the universal law that exists at this point in the presentations is that the mind can only absorb what the bottom can endure. So I promise to keep this thing moving fast. But anyway, the Conservation District has been around forever, and there's so many folks that have been able to take advantage of programs through the years, but yet there's so many new faces that I want to give a little background to Conservation District in case you kind of need to get boned up on it. But we have an office there in the, we're housed out of the NRCS offices in Parr Place. But really the district was set up many, many years, in 1941. And this was after the 1930s when the Dust Bowl was ravaging through the United States. And so Congress really set this up for the districts to exist. And not many people realize that the conservation districts exist in part to provide a mechanism to get federal cost share dollars on the ground. So many of you, including myself, have taken advantage of cost share dollars through NRCS, and way back it was ASCS, and a lot of different acronyms out there. But Natural Resource Conservation Service is a big partner, and so many of the programs are centered around federal funds coming onto the land. But the district has to be there to be the gatekeeper. To, you know, it's like the guy that shows up in the fancy car that says, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you. And so without the district, they really don't have legal authority to get on the private property. But our district is a big chunk of the western slope, and we're part of the Gunnison watershed that takes in even a bigger chunk. And I like districts because the conservation districts, because they're set up on watersheds typically. So pretty big area. We take in about 2.5 million acres just in Chavano. So our mission statement really is a volunteer board of supervisors, but it's a group of us that gather up and really try to provide resources to all of us in terms of funding and education, to provide real resources to get on the ground. A lot of people have joined organizations, and there's every organization under the sun that have co-opted the name conservation groups of this and that. We're kind of the original. So I'm really proud of this board. We have a lot of great people on it, and many of them are your neighbors, and that's what makes a great district board we encourage voluntary conservation across the fence with a handshake and volunteer information and resources for it. But we have a fantastic board of directors, and really the goal here to reach out to the community, to educate especially youngsters, and we have a lot of education programs, but a huge percentage of our efforts over the decades has been centered around water conservation, and through the NRCS programs, that's been a big thing, especially the salinity program. But again, going through the slides, education is huge. We're involved in so many things, and so many of the voices that are necessary are voices like here in this room to speak up on how the NRCS operates in terms of their program priorities. And we have local work groups at our annual meetings to do just that, to figure out how in this area do we need resource dollars spent. And traditionally, always the priority is water quality and water quantity and water quality. So those are decided. We have tours. We have really great educational tours going on. And a lot of we have kind of an organization that's grassroots alongside of us called the Western Colorado Soil Health Committee. And that committee is also the main force behind this expo that's going to be open to you guys right now. So we've done tours, we have involvement in all kinds of different conferences, Roots of Renewal coming up. There's a lot of cool things happening education-wise. And our education director, Mindy Stewart, is just an amazing person. If you haven't met her, she's doing an amazing job at all the different education. And the River Festival is an incredible thing. And down on the River Bottom Park, if you ever seen 500 grade school kids going through, it's amazing just how that functions. But that's where we get to educate these youngsters just how important water is. So we're involved with all of that. And as Mark as Steve mentioned about the Chavano flood control dams, we're one of the few districts in the state or even the nation that has to manage and maintain high risk flood control dams. This is a big deal because we put these in to protect valuable agricultural lands from devastating floods like happened in '84. And if you ever saw Chavano Valley in 1984, it was a mess. So we put some of these dam structures in through the help of Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers, a lot of partners. So we do a lot of that stuff too. But what we're here today to talk about in relation to water policy, what are things that are happening to us right now, is how do we improve on-farm water delivery and efficiency? We really are blessed here in this region. You look at what Norwood's going through and the prairie dog problem out there and all the mess. They just don't have the water that we do in this valley. And I'm proud of the accomplishments, sitting on the Cimarron ditch and Bostrick Park Water Conservancy. If there's anybody on that ditch along with us, I see Alan and Trey back there. Go ahead and complain to them if they have an issue. But good to see. So we're the other ditch company, and there's a lot of other smaller ditch companies represented here as well. But it's amazing how this whole region gets blessed with water beyond a lot of other areas of the state. But the Conservation District has been heavily involved in a lot of different practices and improvements over the years. The district used to have heavy equipment, and we used to actually be in the business of land leveling and doing a lot of that work. Amazing things over the decades, diversion projects and measurement structures, screens, all the different things that we see out there have been through the work and efforts of the Conservation District. A lot of it has come over the decades through salinity programs. To reduce the salt load in the Colorado River Basin, this was a big priority. It goes back clear into the 70s, but heavily funded from 1990 on. And just this last year, NRCS did 16 contracts here locally, and it resulted in over $1.5 million in cost share dollars on the valley's economy right here in Montrose area. And that's a pretty good slug, although that's pretty slow business compared to what it had been. NRCS, like a lot of different agencies, have had a lot of struggles trying to maintain staff and different things. But this is an amazing thing. Over the years, from 1990 through till today, there's been over $51 million on the ground completed projects through our district. And this is an incredible thing that over 115,000 acres were improved, and a lot of that was rangeland and different things too, but salinity programs have been an amazing thing. And gosh, we see beautiful farm ground, we see beautiful, nice straight rows that are thankfully farmed with nice GPS tractors nowadays. And it kind of makes me think of the story I heard about young pastor shows up to take a church in a small town and thought he'd go out and visit the local farm, and one of the parishioners there and he went out there and told the farmer, "My gosh, it is beautiful. God has blessed you with the most beautiful farm. It's amazing." And the old fella says, "I should have seen it when it was just his." We see a beautiful valley, beautiful farms, but a lot of that has come as a result of these years that we've had these programs. But what I'm here to talk to you, briefly about, in terms of what's next, we've had a really good run for the decades-long, series of major improvements in how we deliver water to the farm, how we've increased the efficiency through gated pipe and siphon, running even concrete ditch. There's a certain threshold that we've accomplished in water efficiency. But I think we have to realize that a lot could change here. Either nature's going to tell us that we have a certain percent reduction, or somebody downstream or Washington, D.C., somebody's going to affect percentage water that we get to use. So we've got, that's why we're all here today, to find out how are we going to keep farming and hopefully on the same acres. And is our final crop rotation going to be rooftops? I really hope not. I hope that we can pass on to the next generation a community that we're proud of and still keep agriculture viable. It's why our family has been so dedicated to keep the next generation coming, and I'm so thrilled to have my daughter Colleen here today, and she's working with a lot of different groups like Valley Food Partnership and Conservation District in Delta and things. So to get that next generation going, how are we going to do it? A lot of questions. NRCS and other federal cost share dollars, are they going to be available? Thank goodness we got the word that I think that even today they're starting back to work, but we don't even have a farm bill we don't know what this is going to look like. We don't have enough staff left. We don't have enough engineers to engineer the projects that we even have on the books right now. Inevitably, it's going to look different than we've seen over the last several decades. And so the Conservation District is really dedicated to keep conservation coming to get on the ground. So we've got to look at different options, different funding mechanisms. We've got to reach out to state programs. There's a lot of conservation groups out there that get a lot of private money. We've got to develop these partnerships everywhere we can so that we can keep conservation coming on the ground regardless of what NRCS does. And I really hope that we see a resurgence of funding through that. But I'm not going to hold my breath for it. So, again, what's irrigated agriculture going to look like, next year, let alone what 25 years? Who knows what it's going to look like? What crops are we going to raise? So much can be talked about. One of the things that really got us fired up at the district about SPCC, am I saying that? SCPP. I was in oil and gas for a long time, and the Spill Prevention Control Program for oil and gas is a very, very similar acronym. All right, so anyway, the big question on that is they dry up acres mandatorily on us. The district realized there was no side guardrails on that acreage in terms of weed management, dust management, erosion, you name it, no side rails. So we went to our state association, the CACD. I see Fiona, she's in the back, our representative for CACD. And we made a big resolution last year, pushed it through, got it unanimously approved to get conservation districts at the table for decisions on how that land is to be managed if it gets fallow. And so many other districts are being affected this way too. San Luis Valley being dried up, other areas. So Mark Catlin and I spoke recently, really hope that we get some support at the state legislature to get conservation districts at the table. If you have an opinion on that, be sure to let your representatives know so that we can get at least some ideas put out there. And instead of maybe 100% dry up, that we can promote the idea, hey, let us have an irrigation in May and maybe one in the fall. Maybe we can get some perennial grasses like Kernza, which is a cool wheat grass that can actually be a harvested wheat and be a perennial, doesn't take hardly any water. Those are great options for holding that soil, and keeping an agricultural enterprise going rather than Dust Bowl. So we really need to be proactive about that. But, what's agriculture going to look like for equipment, infrastructure? We've got NDRIP out here at the ready to go this afternoon for a demonstration. Uri Segev from Israel. Israel is a great example of what little water, and the limitations. That nation has been the leader in water technology for decades. He brought up the point that water management in Israel, it's illegal to flood irrigate in Israel. So everything we do out here, not going to happen in Israel. So what's the paradigm going to be like for us? If we do have to manage our valley with much, much less water, we've got to come up with a whole new plan. And so you know, there's some principles and real quickly strategies to consider. On the farm, what can we do to help our situation? And I'm here to promote every day of the week that the better we take care of our soil, the better we have a chance at making water efficiencies happen. The soil is such an important aspect that people, I'm concerned about getting my water. Well, how are we treating our soil? That's a good question to ask. And soil health equals water savings. 1% increase in organic matter in the soil equates to about 27,000 gallons of water saved. You gotta remember that. So increasing soil organic matter is a huge component of all of this. We are promoting all kinds of great things out here in the arena. This afternoon, we're gonna be seeing some tremendous advantages of drip irrigation, but also techniques of farming with minimized tilling and helping to understand how can we grow crops without losing all the moisture and having to go through 14 passes in order to put in a crop. These are things that we can do. You know, it's pretty ominous to hear these news, you know, Andy, I'm sorry, but man, it's pretty depressing. So what can we do proactively? And these are the things that we want to promote as a district to get you guys acquainted with what is available. And so all these technologies, soil moisture monitoring, that's been around for a while, but you know, gosh, there's so many new things. Automation, it's so cool that all the, you know, nifty things that are out there, you know, and like this whole valley is so blessed with the gravity flow. Can you imagine how efficient it is to be able to gravity flow sprinklers and have hydraulically powered, you know, center pivots and center rolling sprinklers, but having gravity powered drip? Holy cow. So that's what we're going to see this afternoon. We're going to have to explore alternative crops and markets. What makes sense for us to grow here? We can grow about anything, but what makes the best use of what water we got? And I'm here to tell you at the end of the day, it is a war footing that we've got to stand. We've got to get serious about this and take every advantage of everything. And it's all hands on deck. You know, it used to be, gosh, you know, just have to rally up the ag community and say, you know, what are we going to do for ourselves? It's no longer that way. It's wonderful to see all the faces that I see here. And the ag community, the farm community, man, it is so cool to see the FFA spaghetti dinner the other night. Man, what a great thing. All kinds of support. The wool growers banquet, the cattlemen's banquet, it's all great. I love it. We have a strong farm community here, but we need to tap into other things. Conservation District's always going to be here for you. We have to be partners and really communicating with our canal companies. But you know what? We need to be communicating with the municipalities, the city, anybody that eats, but also the county, the state, federal. We applaud Sue and the rest of Montrose County for putting these things on so that we can start bonding and partnering up stronger and stronger. That's the only way we're going to survive. And so that's, you know, getting outside the realm of just going to the NRCS for one project to the next. We've got to have other partners. So that's what we're doing as a district. So sure invite you, you know, we put this together, really appreciate the chance to partner with the Water Summit. Take advantage of this right out the door. We have a tremendous schedule of events here the next 2-3 days. Amazing things that we're going to showcase that'll help us understand how this next generation of ag goes. And it's a lot of fun. We've got a lot of cool things planned. So take advantage of it. It's free. I just love the sunsets and the nice field. We just love our way of life. We love the communities we live in. Let's keep it that way, or keep this thing going. And the only way to do it is to do it together. And Jordan Forgetto, if you're in the room, glad to be able to stop and take a picture. He does a good job. These are just some of our partners, and we appreciate all of them. And proud to have a chance to be here together with you guys today. And just leaving with a couple of quotes. Wayne Aspinall, you know, I grew up kind of tailing around to old timers. My granddad was a good friend of Wayne. He helped us get Silverjack Dam built. And Silverjack Reservoir, amazing thing, really, really great tool for the Cimarron and Bostwick Clark Water Conservancy. Yeah, but he coined the phrase, you know, when you touch water, you touch everything. We can't say that enough. And conservation, and you know, this is a good conservation quote here too, but we actually made a new logo for the Conservation District, and I think it's so appropriate right now in such a divisive, you know, just so much conflict in our society and our culture. I hope that we can all, no matter what side of the aisle we land on, we can all agree that conservation serves everyone. So with that, I sure appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you. Nice job. And thank you, Steve. So we'll bring Steve and Steve up if you have any questions. Does anybody have any questions for? Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Are you going to do the jog? Okay. All right. And I do want to mention the Roots of Renewal, which will be January 23rd, 24th, for those of you who are interested in soil and improving your soil. And another announcement before Nancy gets going is the River District has the Community Partnership Program, and they didn't mention it, they usually do, but I really want you to avail yourself. If you have a project that involves infrastructure, and Andy, you could explain it better, but if you have an opportunity on your farm, ranch, that funds from the River District would be applicable for, and I have a couple of ideas. I want you to seek them out because there are monies available for that, and so don't leave without talking to Andy, and Raquel is over there, and Caleb is here, so you can attack them and see if they can give you some money. Everybody needs money, right? Ready, Nancy?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I don't have a question. I have two comments I'd like to make. I'm on the Uncompahgre Valley board, and I'm in charge of some of the outreach that we do, and it was a shock to me to find that the environmental benefits of having irrigated agriculture is not recognized. We were not prioritized because they don't consider us an environmental project. And I drive out of my farm this morning, I see 100 geese sitting in my yard. So it's important not just for the farmers, it's also important for the environment. It's important to keep our rivers healthy, and we never get recognition how much the city needs the river to be running full for funk, and they need to understand we are tied at the hip. Just wanted to say that. Number two, we've weighed in a lot helping Becky Mitchell and Andy, being a voice, and we've sent letters, and I'll double down on Andy, we need individuals counteracting the lobbyists that we find when we go to promote Western Slope water. That's all I have.
Thank you, Nancy. Great. And you know, before I go to the next question, I just wanted to acknowledge Bill Bell is here, and from City of Montrose. Just wanted to. Can you wave to everybody? He's not okay. So I missed him as a dignitary, and that's important to notice. Yes, question here.
Okay. I'll try and make this short because I talk too much, but I really appreciate all the things all of you are saying, and I love all the young faces. But coming from a historical background, I'm frustrated, and I've come for 7 years here, and I love this, and I go to the water users. I am not a water user, but my 93-year-old mom is, and I'm trying to help her. And I'd like to think that I represent the little guy, the subsistent farmer, and I've tried to do my homework. And what I'm concerned with is my mom only has 10 acres. We got thrown out of the Front Range for the exact same reason. I mean, we're the enemy. We came from over there in 1984. And my mom's family had 320 acres as a dairy farm, and they came from her grandfather, my great-grandfather, and grandmother came from Ohio, where they were thrown out by the coal mines, all their farming. They went to Colorado, the Eastern Slope, tried to make a go of it because nobody else wanted that land. They came over here in '84 because they wanted to get back to farm country, and they're getting squeezed out in the same way. They live too long. So my question for all of you is, what does a 10-acre owner do to help you guys? Because all our neighbors are selling out for development because that's all that they can do to pay for their time in the nursing home. And as each of those sell out, it comes out like Steve said, then the next guy doesn't get his water, and then he sells out. And I don't want my mom to have to sell out. I would like to see it stay as agriculture, and I'd like to see these young people being able to raise a 4-H beef or raise, my mom has 70 chickens at 93, selling eggs, giving away eggs at $5 a dozen, beautiful eggs. My brother figured out her spreadsheet. She had to sell in 1990 those eggs, those same eggs, for $12 a dozen to break even, not counting any of her time. So my question is, what can I recommend to my brothers and sisters? I mean, and myself.
Okay, let's ask that question.
Ha.
It's a common problem, and so much of the work that's being done in different organizations, I would really refer this to Valley Food Partnership. My daughter actually has run a program that was funded originally with USDA for Young Farmer and Rancher program, and unfortunately that grant ended last year. But these are really good opportunities. We've got a huge issue of land ownership that's about to make a tipping point where, you know, the largest demographic of land ownership for farmland is like an 83-year-old widow. I mean, it's scary. We need to have really a community-wide effort to locate properties like this. And even 10 acres, if it's done correctly through micro farming, there's so much neat information out there with greenhouse and farmers marketing and things like that. You can make some profit. The best way that we can combat the loss of agriculture in general in this region is to make farm operations profitable enough so that there's not the incentive to sell rooftops. So the profitability comes in programs like what we really promote with all the time, is get connected to these things that, like Roots of Renewal is a great place to go start. All these different efforts that we make to help educate on how we can make it, because this valley, you know, it's never really worked financially with trying to compete with Nebraska to sell beef calves. It's never really worked to try to compete with corn from Ohio or Iowa. We've got to come up with different niches, different ways of competing, and that's our challenge, but it can be done.
Thank you, Steve. So you're going to go see Steve at the NRCS? Been there, done that. Well, all right. We'll see what we can do for you. Any other questions for Steve's?
Hello. I guess my question is, there's been a lot of talk about development going on here. The East Slope has developed farmers plumb out. Everything that was farmed now is housing. I'm seeing the same thing happen here. We're sacrificing. They're wanting us to cut down on our water use. There's no way that housing uses all the water that farming uses. And I'm wondering where all that water went to. Why are we sacrificing everything so that Arizona can put in a 50-acre water park that have 139 golf courses? I don't understand this.
Is anybody here from Arizona? Because I'm apologizing now.
I think that one thing that's important to recognize, and I refer back to one of the slides I had where we show the development. If you look at historically, the water rights we have what they call a duty of water in the water rights world. It's a CFS is designed to irrigate 40, 50 some odd acres. As you develop and you take that, so you got a 50-acre parcel, you get your 1 foot of water. You start on one end, you work your way across. Now that property is 5 pieces of property, 5 different owners. You all want your water at the same time. It just doesn't go that far. So you either have to get on a rotation schedule, you have to modify your infrastructure, you have to modify your application to be able to continually do that. That is one of the biggest things that we see from people coming in is, I bought this 10-acre parcel, you're giving me my 10 shares of water, I can't get across my field. It's like, well, there has to be some, as you develop, it's a neighborly thing, or you look at improvements to better manage it, because flood irrigation or gated pipe, when you start to get to smaller parcels, it just won't make it across. And that's where we see that it's impacting us is historically, bigger tract, they'd have more water, they'd put it on, we would get a little bit of return flow. We never see that anymore once you start to chop these parcels up.
And just as a by the way, the county is going to start re-looking at our subdivision regs next year. So for those of you who are interested, you may want to just weigh in on that. So, and Brody has a question back here. So,
one comment, one question. I just want to say, Steve, I think you and the water users don't get enough credit for how complicated what you do is. I hope everybody knows that every drop of water that you drink, if you live in the valley, Steve's team has touched, and that you're operating a system that is 100 and some odd year old museum piece to keep our community vibrant. I think that just doesn't get enough recognition, especially from the people outside of this room. So I hope that we can bring more attention to the good work that you guys do. We don't hear a lot about it, it just works consistently. My question is about System Conservation Pilot Program, and especially in your system, in that it's a little unique in that, none of us really own the actual water rights. We own shares in a company, and if one shareholder participates, there's a real high likelihood of other shareholders being injured, and one shareholder profiting wildly. Can you talk about, you shared a little bit of your thoughts about this, but why is System Conservation Pilot Program different in your system than it is elsewhere, and what steps are you taking to protect those that don't participate?
Is this, yeah, okay. Thanks, Brody. Yeah, it's because we do use water multiple times and we are so heavily reliant on return flows, that is a major concern for us. And when this SCPP program was first rolled out and presented to people, one of the things that our board of directors commented on said, it's a property right, whether you choose to participate or not, we can't influence that. However, we got a list of all the applicants and we made them sign a document that basically stated that if your actions are limiting the return flows, then you're going to work with us to, we'll pull a ditch down the side of your field, or you'll pull a ditch down the side of your field. We'll send your water down past where it would normally return so the next farmer downstream could pick it up. So that's kind of a nuanced situation, because I think a lot of these are going to look at what happens when they say we want to curtail it at the head gate and shepherd it downstream, and you're drying that up. Then we're going to really face these delivery challenges, I think one of the important things to look at, and that's part of this modeling that we're doing is return flows, is we can start to track applications if they were to come in, say what happens if you fallow this field and you don't have the inputs, where are the return flows going and who is it going to impact? And we can kind of get ahead of it. We don't want to be reactive in that sense. I think that's what would really sour on the program too, is, you know, if we can get out ahead of it and do it smartly, where we have control over it, it would be better for everybody.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Zoe. I see you, Bob.
Just one real quick comment for county and municipal government is that if farmers have more options on how to use their land to make a profit, we don't have to rely on the $10,000 we made from hay to offset the $30,000 it cost us to grow it. So if we can have, I don't know, solar panels, if we can have other kinds of crops and avenues to make money, Harvest Host, campgrounds, for just a little portion of your land. I don't know. I haven't researched all that, but I'm sure there's other ways to make money other than growing hay.
Well, to your point, the county is not interested in curtailing ag. I mean, we want to keep our community as it is, and but we also have a lot of people moving in, and so there's a housing need. But Bob? Okay, hold on. So I'm going to send you when we start looking at our subdivision regs. I'm going to send all of you a notice, and I expect you all to be there.
I'm Bob Hoshidi, and I'm actually a Colorado A&M graduate as a mechanical engineer. And just to let you know that I really appreciate Mindy Stewart. You people have a gem there. She works her butt off. And all of the Steves and also the Kennedy family. The Detroiters are great. And that's one group of people that you better be on the right side. Okay, I didn't have a chance to comment on Andy Mueller's presentation, which was excellent. One of the comments made was, why don't they send water from Northern California to Southern California? They've been doing that for years. It was called the Feather River Project, from Folsom Dam all the way actually to San Diego. Most of it goes to Los Angeles. Los Angeles had drained the valley, and so they got this Feather River Project. It ends at the south end of the San Joaquin Valley. There's a big pumping plant called the Edmonston plant. It has 6 Baldwin Lima pumps, each driven by 1,500 horsepower pumps. That's a tremendous amount of power. And you notice every power plant, I don't care what kind of power plant it is, they're always next to rivers or lakes or something like that, because they have to condense the steam that has expended its energy through the turbine. Steam turbines driving an electric generator. The Feather River Project is 350 miles long, and it takes a lot of power, plus a lot of water at these power plants. I don't care what kind it is. We talked about Phoenix and Arizona. You know where they get their water from? Yes, we all talked about it, from the Colorado River. Elevation above sea level, 87 feet. Do you guys know what the elevation of Tucson is? 2,000 feet. And they have the Salt River Project that's been pumping this mineralized, stinky water 250 miles to 2,000 feet elevation. And that takes a lot of power too. I've worked with a friend of mine that bought land in Scottsdale, which is north of Tucson. This many years ago, but he drilled in his backyard and hit water at 10 feet below his surface. Went on left and retired. His pump was down 750 feet deep. You wonder why Los Angeles electric rates, residential, is twice what we have to pay? Because it's expensive. It's economics. Israel has desalination plants. It's all about economics. The cavitation problem in Lake Mead is not only the ducting, but it's the pumps. If anyone wants to talk to me about cavitation in pumps, come see me. Cavitation wrecks the pumping elements. No material has ever been invented or found that can stand cavitation. So anyway, my take is we should save or build more reservoirs and lakes at higher elevations. It's like a bank. Good times, you put money in a bank. Hard times, you can withdraw the monies. And I was so disappointed when the Front Range canceled the Cache La Poudre River dam that was in Northern California. The thing about building up in higher elevations, you do not lose as much to evaporation. Typical reservoirs, 30% goes up in the air because of evaporation. So, as I said, to me, my take has always been water is our most precious natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. You guys are really making me run. All right, Delphine.
Thank you. My question is, we've established how complicated the systems are. We've established that we have people that are not aware how to run the water that are owning some of these parcels. How can we increase education? What are the resources out there to educate people before they get these parcels? And how can we educate them while they have them? Because even sometimes just to chase a water right is a challenge in itself. And I would like to see better resources and better education so we can improve the engagement from the shareholders also.
Thank you, Delphine. Well, we have presented to the realtors because that's right. I mean, when people come to town, they don't always know how it works. So it's important that you educate your clients. Oh, you didn't? You were just waving? Okay. Good to see you, George. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we have it built in for a quick break. For those of you who have been sitting here patiently holding everything, if you would, very short, 15 minutes, and then we'll come in, we'll have our last presenters, and then we'll hear from the FFA kids about the future of water. So go out and have another donut, another bagel. Huh? Is it? So, hello. So actually, Hey, folks. Folks. Thank you. And if you didn't get your lunch, feel free to sneak out and grab that. But our next speakers, I want to go ahead and introduce our two next speakers. Luke Gingrich is with JUB Engineers and brings over 20 years of experience in hydraulics, water rights, water resource infrastructure design, long-term planning, and water conservation to the table. Collaborates extensively with local, state, and federal agencies, water conservation and conservancy districts, irrigation districts, canal companies, everybody. Luke has successfully guided numerous clients through the planning, design, and construction phases of complex water projects, and his specialty is being a trusted advisor to his clients, consistently delivering innovative solutions and complex challenges, which we are in. Our other speaker is Nick Emmendorfer, and Nick is a water resources engineer and project manager for JUB Engineers in Palisade. He has significant experience in water planning and infrastructure projects across the Western Slope. He was a consultant for the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users and Bostwick Park Water Conservancy District. Nick's been involved with numerous local water conservation and efficiency improvement projects, and I recently got to work with him on the DMEP recently as a very minor partner, but glad to have his guidance on that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Luke first, and he's going to kick it off. And then after that, we'll hear from the FFA kids after we hear from Luke and Nick. All right, so go ahead. You want to use that? There you go.
Okay, that's on. I'll pull this out. It's being a taller guy, it's a little awkward to bend down the whole time. But really appreciate the opportunity to talk to everybody today. I will try and be brief. I'm not sure it was the students that asked if they could go back to school, but they may have been told they needed to get back by a certain time. So I'll do my best to be quick. Appreciate the introduction. And like Sue said, Nick and I both work for JUB Engineers. We're civil engineers. We work in water resources management, and we'll get into that a little bit. Nick will do a much better job than I of explaining this drought management and infrastructure plan, which is a plan that our group was fortunate enough to help author recently. So today I'm going to talk about preparing for an unknown future, and I'll make sure to advance this one. There. So this is just quick pictures. That's Nick there on your left. I want to make sure we give a shout out to Kelsey McElroy. She was also a huge part of this team for writing this drought management and infrastructure plan. A number of you I know have met her. She wasn't able to be here today, but wanted to make sure she's got some credit. And then of course myself, I don't get much credit and shouldn't get much credit for some of the wonderful work we've done down here. Nick and Kelsey have really done the heavy lifting. What we specialize is infrastructure design, strategic communications, drought planning. That's all kind of under this water resource management umbrella. So preparing for an unknown future. I thought about that a little bit as we were getting ready, and I wanted to make sure we kind of we understand what we're looking at. What this is a tree ring reconstruction of the Colorado River at Lee's Ferry, and you can see in the red, the red is actually measured, and the blue line is actually what was reconstructed using tree ring data. So I look at this and I think our future it's not necessarily unknown. What it is variable. We can look back in time and say we know that the future is going to be quite variable. Now this data ends at 2017. And if we were to extend this out to 2026, it turns into a pretty long dry period, which certainly isn't any fun. But we're confident that the future will be variable. It's not necessarily unknown. Okay, so is it unknown or variable? This is a long-term reconstruction. This is Gunnison River near Grand Junction. Same type of data. It's tree ring reconstructions, but you can just see how wildly variable this is from a flow perspective. So this is a reconstruction of the natural flow in the Gunnison River downstream. And I will eventually figure out how to. Okay, so variability creates uncertainty. This is using gauge data from the Whitewater gauge, and we're using this as kind of a proxy for variability in the Uncompahgre Valley. And what I want everyone to recognize here is, yes, variable flows, but we have started to, we've dealt with this. We've got we construct the tunnel, we're building the Uncompahgre Valley Project, Aspinall units built in 78, Ridgeway's built in 87. We've got this big North American drought that we're, kind of still in the middle of. And so we've started to deal with this variability with infrastructure. So how did we originally deal with the unknown? And we hired these guys. I looked back at last year's presentation. I think it was Brody Wilson. I thought he did a really nice job of some of the history of this. It was fascinating. And I looked at this picture and thought, no, we didn't know how we were going to exist in the Uncompahgre Valley, and it was an unknown. So we dug a tunnel through the mountain and brought some water over, and now we're going to deal with some of the variability. How did we deal with that variability? We built Taylor Park. So now we've got some big reservoir storage above us, and we can deal with some of the variability. So how do we deal with the continued uncertainty? And that's what Nick will get into with this drought management and infrastructure plan. Is we do planning and modeling. We look for where our risks are. So where are there places in the system that, in a really dry year, we aren't able to get enough irrigation water? What laterals need to be piped? What reservoirs need to be expanded? What agreements need to be built? What infrastructure, what tools can we build to deal with that uncertainty? And that all kind of falls under this water resources management umbrella of how do we use the tools that we have built and can build to decrease the risk that we see. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nick quickly, and then we'll maybe have time for questions after that.
Which way's forward? This one? Probably. Okay. All right, thanks, Luke, and thanks, Sue, for the nice introduction. So as Luke has mentioned, and many of the other speakers have mentioned thus far, in the Upper Basin, uncertainty is something we just have to live with. But proactive planning can help limit the impacts of that uncertainty and future drought. And long-term planning is critical. But as we'll kind of get into, plans are only as effective as their implementation. So the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association, which I will abbreviate as UVWUA throughout this presentation, recently completed what they called a DMIP, a Drought Management and Infrastructure Plan. Sorry for all the acronyms. And that was funded by the Bureau of Reclamation and the Colorado Water Conservation Board. The plan assembled a task force of local experts from entities in the area who guided the development of plan materials. As Sue mentioned, she was part of that. Wendell Kuntz and others here in the audience, many of whom I'm neglecting to mention, but I'd have to go on for a while if I did that. And they helped guide the development of the plan materials. So our DMIP really sought to answer three questions. How will we recognize the next drought in the early stages? The answer to that is through drought monitoring. How will the next drought affect us? The answer to that is negatively, but hopefully not too negatively. And how can we protect ourselves from the next drought? I'm really going to focus on probably that first one and a little bit on the third. Like I said, how will the next drought affect us? It's never good, but hopefully it won't be as bad with implementing this plan. So in answering that first question, how will the next drought affect us? We do that through drought monitoring. And that requires a definition of a drought, an ability to measure the parameters driving the drought, an understanding of those parameters, and then a system by which we can classify the drought. So in our DMIP, we defined drought from a water management perspective. So, any water user in this room feels drought when they're curtailed or they're restricted by the Uncompahgre Valley water users on their deliveries, what we're calling water allocation. So 100% allocation would be if you have X amount of shares and those shares are good for a certain amount of water, you will get 100% of that water. During times of drought, as Steve kind of mentioned in his presentation, you don't get all that water. So we created 4 different categories, one being no drought, and then 3 different drought levels based on likely water allocation. So level 1 is less than 100, but more than 70%, and a level 3 would be less than 50% water allocation. Uncompahgre Valley Water Users was able to provide us with historical data on their allocation since the year 2000. And this graph really goes back and it really shows the variability that has persisted and continues to persist in the Uncompahgre Valley. You can see there's many years where there's 100% allocation, and there's some, 2002 being a prime example where we were in a level 3 drought. Obviously, 2025 was a pretty rough year as well. It's not shown here. We wrapped this plan up in early 2024, so our information only goes, actually I guess it was early 2025, but we only have data through 2023 shown here. So as I mentioned, to monitor drought, it's important to understand what parameters are driving that drought. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users System to kind of underscore how we narrowed down those parameters to determine which ones we would look at for our drought classification scheme. I know Steve talked about this earlier, and our time restricted, so I'll try to be brief here. But Uncompahgre Valley Water Users gets their water from 2 sources, the Gunnison River through the Gunnison Tunnel. They have water in Taylor Park Reservoir. There also is the Aspinall unit. They don't actually have, there's no water in the Aspinall unit that belongs to Uncompahgre Valley Water Users unless they exchange through Taylor Park. And then they also get water from the Uncompahgre River to the south, which has Ridgeway Reservoir on it. Don't be deceived by the size of that when you drive by it. Most of that is not Uncompahgre Valley Water Users water, though they do have a good amount of water in there. Once water is in the system, it's picked up by one of, 8 canals, I think, 7 or 8. And it's brought over from the Gunnison side through the Gunnison Tunnel, through the South Canal, and dumped into the river where it can be picked up. Steve went through all of that, so I'm not going to belabor those points. But as I mentioned, there's really 2 sources, the Gunnison River and the Uncompahgre River. And the watershed sizes between the 2 rivers vary pretty greatly. And that's kind of illustrated by this graphic here. So you have the Gunnison River Basin here. That's upstream, the contributing area to the Gunnison Tunnel, and the Uncompahgre Basin here upstream of the M&D Canal. So while so naturally, there's a lot more water available on that Gunnison River side. And, oftentimes there's ample supply in the Gunnison River Basin, but state law, as well as the limitations of the Gunnison Tunnel, limit how much of that water can be brought into the Uncompahgre Valley. So water supply parameters within the Uncompahgre River and Uncompahgre River Basin and on the Uncompahgre Plateau are much more indicative of droughts for Uncompahgre Valley Water Users. Because even on a rough year in the Gunnison Basin, there's usually enough water there for the Uncompahgre River, or for the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, for what they can bring into the valley here. And this is illustrated pretty well by some storage volumes in Taylor Park, which is, of course, on the Gunnison side, and Ridgeway, which is on the Uncompahgre side. There's a little bit of some error in the data here. The Taylor Park storage never did drop down to 0 at this point. But the main thing I want to point out here is that the Taylor Park storage stays pretty consistently high. And the Ridgeway storage is much more, has this kind of sawtooth shape to it. And they're often drawing that down fairly frequently. So that just further illustrates the point, I think, that drought for the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users is driven by conditions in the Uncompahgre Basin rather than the Gunnison Basin. So these parameters are influenced by the amount of water in the basin, like snowpack and things of that sort, and the timing at which it runs off. This was talked about earlier. Raquel showed some pretty poignant slides with that. The forecast showed it was going to be great and that there was going to be a lot of water in the basin, and then as time went on, the the forecasts went down. And so the timing of runoff is just a very challenging thing to predict. But we've done our best to try to hone in on the most impactful parameters for drought in the Uncompahgre River Basin and be able to use those for the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association to to go ahead and monitor drought. So we proposed tracking drought parameters at 3 points during the year, the first being April 1st. And that used 3 different parameters: the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center, their total discharge at the Kelowna gauge on the Uncompahgre River, and then 2 SNOTEL sites, the snow water equivalent at Columbine Pass, which is up on the Uncompahgre Plateau, and the Idorado gauge. The next point we looked at was May 1st. May is interesting because it kind of starts to give you an idea of the rapidity at which the snow is melting off. So, you might have had a great snowpack, but it all melted off in early April. We had and so we're in a more of a drought condition. We looked really at the same 3 parameters for May 1st, and then on July 1st, your snowpacks basically melted off. So at that point, we're looking more at natural stream flow. And ultimately, what we came up with is this nice little matrix here for Uncompahgre Valley water users to try to classify drought each year so that they can let folks know where they stand. So there's 3 different columns, each one being the different evaluation periods here. And then each row here is the drought condition and then the various parameters. We basically constructed a little model and then minimized the sum of squared errors to kind of determine those threshold values there. I won't get into any of that, but long story short, we came up with this way for Uncompahgre Valley water users to classify droughts. Well, aside from looking neat, why is drought classification important? As I mentioned, I think one is that it allows Uncompahgre Valley water users to provide early notification early notification to water users of what conditions they might expect. And that, of course, enables irrigators to make informed decisions about planting and irrigating. It allows the Uncompahgre Valley water users to proactively manage their water. One thing we came up with was a series of response actions that they could implement based on what the drought was looking like that particular year. And then it allows the Uncompahgre Valley water users to track the efficacy of system improvements because they may find that even though the parameters are pointing to worse conditions, they're able to survive with less in the future. So that final question that our DMIP sought to answer was how we can protect ourselves in the future. And there's 2 different types of actions that were developed through this DMIP. There's mitigation actions and response actions. These quotes here are out of the Bureau of Reclamation's framework that we had to follow for the DMIP, but effectively mitigation actions are long-term solutions, and response actions are kind of on-the-fly administrative type actions that Uncompahgre can take to limit the impacts of drought. So our DMIP came up with 6 different response actions, and they were either focused on increasing supply or reducing consumptive use. Don't let this scare you. It wasn't anything like SCPP or anything. It was more focused on reductions in allocation, which is also scary, I suppose. But I think one thing to note here is that the limited number of response actions really highlights the importance of improving system efficiency and resilience. Because when you're in a bad water year, as Andy mentioned earlier, that we don't have a giant reservoir above us. We have to live with the natural hydrology. There's really not a whole lot you can do. We came up with 23 mitigation actions as part of the DMIP. And like I said, these are the longer term actions. And then those are really, many of them were infrastructure focused. And they were more focused on increasing efficiency and long-term water supply. And those were ranked and classified by the task force based on 6 criteria. And we spent a lot of time going through that. And then, we wanted this to be a living tool. And it's something that needs to be, like I said, implementation of these things is important because, otherwise it just sits on the shelf and collects dust. It's something where annually we're going to be looking at and classifying drought. Every 5 years, we're going to kind of be, we're going to revisit all the response actions and mitigations actions, making sure that they were actually effective. And then on a 15-year basis, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users intends to rewrite the DMIP. So I think, as I mentioned, implementation is critical. And from the standpoint of this plan, it's largely infrastructure development and implementation. And I think the critical piece there is funding. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the things Uncompahgre Valley Water Users is doing to fund some of these improvements and try to make a dent in this larger problem. So as Steve mentioned earlier, the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users is implementing funds from Phase 10 of their salinity funding program. I don't know that that's Phase 10 of Reclamation's overall funding program, but Uncompahgre Valley Water Users has utilized those funds 10 times to date. They've also have recently received funds from the River District and CWCB to fund a feasibility study for supplying water in the northwest part of the system that Steve mentioned earlier. And then Uncompahgre Valley Water Users is a co-sponsor to a PL 566 plan, which is nearing completion. Alan and Trey in the back there with Bostic Park are the lead sponsors on that. And we're hopeful that will bring some much needed funding into the valley to put some of these efficiency improvements into practice. So I guess in summary, we know good water years and bad water years are going to happen. We just don't know when. But developing a plan and implementing it is the best way to navigate that variability. So with that, thank you. Hopefully that leaves enough time for everybody else here and any questions.
So thank you. So this was kind of a long gnashing of teeth process, and I think that coming up with a plan for the future is really good. Obviously, you can only control certain things, right? I mean, we can't make water. Steve, did you have any? Is Steve still here? Steve, do you have any comments on the DMIP that you want to share before we open it up to questions? And then he's like, no.
Just one thing, when we established our stakeholder group and our task force, we reached out to all sectors. We wanted to be cognizant of, recognizing that this is our DMIP and any actions that we take are our responsibility, but we wanted to be aware that, if any of our actions had adverse consequences, we wanted to give people that opportunity to voice them, to be participant in the process, to make sure it was collectively for the valley a good thing. And as we move through this and evaluate it annually or every 5 years for the next one, we continue to have that holistic approach with all of these stakeholders.
Any questions? Okay. Are you gonna hike? Okay. There you guys go. All right.
The plan, and the last part of our funding piece is we've submitted the plan to the Bureau of Reclamation to make sure it ticked all of the boxes that was required by the funding. It is in the final review there. As you can imagine, they're a little bit disjointed right now. So we have not heard, we haven't got the final blessing on it. We have the final plan that's been submitted to the Bureau. We're waiting for their stamp of approval before we roll that out.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Tricia Winslow, and I want to thank all the speakers and everyone that's here today for this important conversation. And this question kind of can go out to everybody for maybe later discussion, but this presentation about the drought, I wonder, I have seen the term aridification, where as a long-term West Slope resident, I moved to Gunnison in 1982. And, you know, I lived almost on the shores of Blue Mesa, and I think that we really could be looking at just an increasingly drying climate. And for me, aridification is an interesting way to capture that. And I wonder what a lot of the other professionals in this work think about drought versus aridification. Thank you.
It's an excellent question. That is not something that this plan specifically addressed. We went back and we looked at variability. I do think it is something that as we continue to make these plans, and as Uncompahgre, they revisit this next year and they revisit this in 5 years. We continue to have more science on what this is going to look like in the future. I will say there have been some, there are modeling runs that are done, and some of those modeling runs were done in this, effort. They aren't all put into the final plan, but we can make some very dire predictions and run those through the models we build and see what happens. Are we ready to say, look, in this plan, are we ready to say aridification is what we're looking at, and we need to be prepared to function at a significantly reduced level for the next 100 years? That's not what this plan was intended to do, but it is a very interesting question. It is one that I think, our universities are looking at. And we could, maybe next year we'll invite someone from CSU to talk through that.
Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you guys. A round of applause for our speakers. Thank you very much. All right. As you know, you can't put on a conference like this without a team, and I just wanted to introduce our comms team. Erica Story is our Director of Communications. Awesome. We're having fun now, and it's fun to work with this team. Kirsten Humble over there does all our websites, all our social media posts and things like that. And I'm going to introduce Evelyn Luna to introduce our next presentation. A lot of us have mentioned succession planning and future and who's going to take care of our farms. And, one of my passions is to try to get kids excited about farming. And I know, it's a tough way to, it's a great choice, but it is not without its challenges. So I think inspiring and having kids that are in FFA are actively looking at ways that they can make a living or take over their parents' farms or whatever is really a good way to invest in our future. And for me, I say this all the time, I've never met more polite, respectful kids than the kids that are involved in FFA. I think it is a worthy program, and I think the kids are just awesome. And I kind of wish it was a requirement for every kid to have to go raise a goat or a cow or a sheep. So anyway, with that, Evelyn Luna, who is our community engagement specialist, I'll turn it over to her. Thank you, Evelyn.
Thanks, Sue. First and foremost, I want to give the FFAs thank you so much for being here, and I know you guys have things to do right after, so I do appreciate your time. I also want to thank Lisa Franks, who is their teacher, for allowing them to be here, so thank you, Lisa. We appreciate you. And then now I'll introduce the FFA kids. So if you guys want to come on up, and then I'll go ahead and get you guys introduced. Okay, so first off, we have Gage Stroop. Gage Stroop is the secretary for the FFA. Gage plans to continue studying agricultural science and to protect the Uncompahgre Valley water and ensure a sustainable future for local farming. Yes, you can clap. Next up, we have Noah Ferguson. He is the treasurer for the FFA chapter. Noah believes that water doesn't just sustain life, it transforms it. And it's critical to preserving the agricultural legacy at Western Colorado. Then we have Ashley Warren. She is the reporter. Ashley plans to attend college to become either an elementary school teacher or an agricultural education advisor. So Isabella Kirk. Isabella Kirk is the parliamentarian for the FFA, and she plans to pursue a degree in agricultural education and continue livestock judging at the collegiate level. Her long-term goal is to teach agricultural and raise and sell show cattle, combining her life for livestock education and giving back to the agricultural community. And finally, we have Audrey Snyder. She is the chapter chaplain. She is currently enrolled in Introduction to Power Structure and Introduction to Veterinary Science and participates in the livestock evaluation team. So thank you so much for the FFA kids. And I will hand it over to Gage to start.
Good morning, everyone. We're the Montrose FFA chapter, and we're excited to share with you how a project from across the world, the Great Green Wall in Africa, inspired us to take a look at our own landscape here in Montrose differently. We'll explore how lessons from this incredible global effort can guide us as we think about restoring our own local Adobe Hills, and how FFA students like us can help lead that change.
As FFA members, we're learning what it means to be progressive agriculturalists, people who see challenges as opportunities. We have learned about the Gunnison Tunnel, an incredible engineering project that brought water to this valley more than a century ago. It was one of the most innovative water diversion systems in the country at the time. Without that vision, Montrose agriculture wouldn't exist as we know it today. But our story doesn't stop there. Even with that success, we still have vast stretches of barren adobe, dry, cracked, and nearly lifeless. So our team started asking, what's next? What can we do with this land? Is there hope for plant growth here? That's when we began to think outside the box and discovered an idea that sparked our imagination: the Great Green Wall.
The Great Green Wall is one of the most ambitious environmental projects ever attempted. Stretching across Africa, from the Atlantic Ocean in Senegal to the Red Sea in Djibouti. Nearly 5,000 miles long, it began in 2007 as a response to desertification, when healthy land turns into desert, threatening farms and communities. The goal was simple but powerful: plant a living wall of trees, shrubs, and grasses to hold back the desert and restore life to the land. Over time, it evolved into a movement, one focused on people, biodiversity, and resilience. Its impact is incredible, restoring 100 million hectares of land, creating 10 million jobs, and capturing 250 million tons of carbon. In some regions, once barren ground is green again. Farmers have returned, water has reappeared, and wildlife is thriving. It proves that when people work with the land, even the harshest environments can recover. And that success inspired us to take a look at our own challenges right here in Montrose through that same lens.
At first, the Great Green Wall was about planting trees, but over time, people realized it was about something deeper: restoring balance between people, land, and water. Each tree planted stabilized soil, improved water retention, and supported food and forage. Biodiversity returned, and communities became more resilient. That lesson, that small intentional step, can restore even the toughest landscapes, is what we want to bring home to our Adobe Hills.
If you've ever driven past the Adobe Hills, you've seen how bare and cracked the soil can be. These hills are made of Mancus shale, a fine-grained sedimentary rock that breaks down into a powdery soil. When it's dry, it blows away easily, and when it's wet, it turns slick and unstable. The slopes are steep and shallow, making it difficult for water to soak in and nearly impossible for deep-rooted plants to survive. That's why our plan doesn't focus on planting on the slopes themselves, it focuses on the bases of the hills, where water naturally collects. By working with the landscape, we can restore vegetation in the most realistic and sustainable way.
So what would it look like to create a Montrose version of the Great Green Wall? We plan to build half-moon basins, small, curved earth structures at the base of hills, designed to capture rainwater and slow runoff. Each basin acts like a mini water trap, allowing water to soak in slowly instead of running off. Inside these basins, we'll plant native species that thrive in dry shale soils, like rabbitbrush, saltbrush, mountain mahogany, juniper, big sagebrush, and maybe even yucca, along with other native grasses and pollinators. Their roots help anchor the soil, and as they grow, they create microclimates that support grasses, wildflowers, and pollinators. Over time, these green bands at the base of hills can stabilize the lower slopes, reduce erosion, and help regenerate the surrounding soil. Just like in Africa, it's not about covering every inch. It's about creating small, strategic areas of growth that spark long-term change.
This isn't about making the hills look greener. It's about protecting our most important resource, water. When the soil is bare, rainwater can't soak in. It runs off quickly, carrying sediment into ditches, rivers, reducing groundwater recharge. But when we create these half-moon basins and restore vegetation, water slows down and seeps in. The plants act like a sponge, storing moisture underground and reducing erosion. Over time, this improves both the soil health and water retention across the valley.
As FFA members, our goal isn't just to learn about agriculture, it's to live it. We'd love to start a student-led restoration plot on the Adobe Hills, a small area to study, test, and showcase what's possible. We could map the slopes with drones, test soil moisture, and track growth over time. The data we collect would help us prove how even small restoration steps can have a measurable impact. This project would combine science, leadership, and community service, all core values of FFA.
Imagine driving through the Uncompahgre Valley after a summer rainstorm. Instead of muddy runoff streaking down the Adobe Hills, you see green bands of native shrubs and wildflowers in curved basins at the base of hills. The soil holds water instead of losing it, and pollinators buzz through new growth. And those hills aren't just beautiful, they're functional. That sustains our community. It all starts small, just like the Great Green Wall did, with one idea and a team willing to try. Every seed planted, every partnership formed, every student project matters. Together, we can make a lasting impact.
The Great Green Wall faced similar issues: erosion, shallow soil, and drought. Communities didn't try to fight nature, they worked with it. They designed planting patterns that followed the land shape and used species that could survive in tough soil. That's the same mindset we're using here, to adapt big ideas to local realities.
The Gunnison Tunnel once transformed our valley through water. Now it's our generation's turn to protect that resource through land stewardship. Our Montrose Green Wall might be smaller in size, but its impact could be just as meaningful. Proof that with innovation, education, and teamwork, even Mancos Shale can bloom again. Thank you.
I think you guys should stand up and clap. They deserve a round of applause. This is what I do. So this is our future. I'm so proud of you. I think this is exactly the best way to punctuate the Water Summit. And I want to thank you for your research, for your ideas, for being a little bit out of the box, and maybe even inspiring some of us to do something different. And I can't wait to see those Dobie Hills green. So, right? That's the goal. All right. Well, thank them again. Thank you, guys. Well, I don't know about you, but that kind of made my heart warm. It made me feel good. I'm proud of them. And I want to thank all our speakers for being here today. Thank you for your time and energy in making the Water Summit what it needs to be every single year. Thank you all for attending. I want to thank our event staff. They work tirelessly. No magic elves come in here and put these chairs up and help us put this on. So please give them a round of applause too. They work so hard. And I don't know, I did miss one dignitary, and I'm looking back at Robbie LaValle, the administrator for Delta County. I knew she would roll her eyes and say, "Why'd you do that?" But, I always miss somebody. Robbie LaValle, I'm sorry. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your questions. I hope you stay engaged. Obviously, this is a long-term problem that we all have to look at and solve. So we need input from everybody. So again, thank you for attending, and safe travels going home. Thank you.